Radhe or Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. As you see, we are outside today. Beautiful day here in Canada. As we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for the space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, belief system, whatever. Although we are very diverse on the outside, we are very much one within. So, may we come together as fellow spiritual beings, fellow consciousness, to uplift each other, relate in one another's experience, and share positive sentiments. I hope you feel welcome and comfortable here. You are certainly welcome. And any way in which I could make this space more inclusive for you, always feel free to let me know. I trust my guests who are just joining now are feeling as well as they can, given whatever circumstances may be ongoing in their life at this time. I know that the body and mind are unpredictable. Sometimes they go through things which we cannot foresee, and it's difficult to see what's on the other side, but it always gets better. It has to. Hello, Liam Platt. Welcome. This moment can be the greatest teacher, and sometimes this moment teaches through love, and other times tough love. But always is there a lesson in this moment, something we can learn, grow from, experience for the better. Hello, Tash. Oh, I'm happy to have you here. You are wondering, what does normal mean to me? To me, normal means totally content. Just being absolutely accepting of what is. That's true center, true balance, true normality. And hello, Feline. You are asking, how am I doing? Nice to see you as well, by the way. Doing very well, thank you. A little tired today, a little eepy, sleepy, but that's okay. Happy to be outside in such wonderful weather. Hello, Will. And indeed, I am in my mother's garden. Some beautiful flowers around me. I can show you all. Now we have a good selection of guests here already. Namaste, Sky Guardian. I see you came in. Ooh, we got some Greek. I am unable to speak Greek myself, but I know many of those letters from math class. Sigma, Alpha, Iota, Pi, Epsilon, Tau, Mu, Phi, Nu. Hello, Zoe. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Dash. So I have a question for all of you. I like to start my lives with the question of the day, and perhaps you'd be interested in entertaining me in this question, which is, what is something that your inner child needs to hear? Imagine that inner child that has never really left us. We've always seen the world through the same eyes. Maybe our vision gets worse as we get older, but the observer, the conscious witness, that is unchanged from youth all the way to old age. What is the youthful part of you needing of being told, needing of hearing? Qualia, you share, you are not a burden. You are a blessing, in fact. Notice you share, you are very beautiful. Well, Not sure if you said that before or after I revealed the question of the day. And either way, it's a lovely sentiment, and it applies very much to the question of the day. I love that, Joey. Nature is the servant of the mind. Radhe Anna from Italy. And thank you for your ice cream cone. That would go well on this nice summer day. Hari Om Tat Sat. Anna, you share that your inner child needs to hear that everything is all right and you did good. Well, it's true. Everything is all right. And you did good. It's funny, Sky Guardian. It's copy and pasted one of our video names. It's gonna be okay, says Yvonne. Always trust your instincts, says Bob. Feline, you're wondering, what does inner mean? You do not know that word, sorry. No problem. Outer means what's on the outside. Inner means what's on the inside. Like inside our mind, our psyche, we have a child. The perspective in which we saw the world as a child, that's in there somewhere. But as we grow up, it gets buried under life. Caitlin, you share. Just breathe and enjoy the small things. Zoe, you share. You have no choice but to like this existence. I think you have a choice, but the alternative isn't very fruitful. It'll be aight, says Andrew. And Waffles, you share that we are not separate, even when it felt so. I love that. Killy Kid, you're wondering, what happened to geometry and stuffs? Well, it's all around us. I don't think any geometry is... Oh, what's that? The triangle has disappeared from existence again? Oh, man. Curse you, God. He giveth triangle, he taketh away triangle. One day we'll get our geometry back. Internal silence, you would tell your inner child that one has become the many. That'd be a very wise child, very, very highly awakened child. Needing to hear that. I love it. Kimmy, you share you really don't know. Well, let me add to that. It's okay not to know. Liam Flat, you would share just because you love them. That does not mean they love you. Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one indeed. George, you share, you're not going anywhere. Or, this is what you'd say, I'm not going anywhere. Good luck. You got this. I love that. I'm happy you find good things here, MJ. And thank you, Usha, for your heartbeat. Jai Sita Ram. I admire you as well, Joey. Marcy, you share, we are number one from Lazy Town. That's a great song. Now, Christina, you are wondering, is it okay if you do guided meditations instead of silent ones? Absolutely. In fact, silent meditations are recommended for people who have already done lots and lots of guided meditation. If you feel like you're ready to dive into a kind of nothingness, then that's a choice available to you, but it's not necessary. Guided meditations, any kind of Rupa Dhyan is great. Rupa means formful. Dhyan means meditation. Any meditation on form, no problem. We leave the meditation on the formless for very advanced practitioners, and I am not one of those, so I can't talk about it. Hello, Clink. Lee, you share, I might be a modern day Alan Watts. Oh, he had such a way with words, and I'm very honored that you find some of those qualities in me, but I certainly cannot compare. And thank you, Usha, for your half-dozen tiny dinies. Yippee! They all say. I think I'm inhaling some pollen. One of the trees in my yard has dandruff, so it seems. And thank you, SSRR, for being you and sharing yourself. I guess that's maybe an answer to the question of the day. And Joey, you share, I will protect you. I love that, George. You have to keep it close. It is very helpful. Hello, Loopy Lane. The Fallen Monk, you share, it's okay to trust and keep moving forward. I like that. And SSRR, I feel like your name stands for Selective Serotonin Reuptake Reactor. Not an inhibitor, a reactor. What this acronym means, I'll leave you to decide. But everything is going to be all right, you share. It is inevitable. Everything always returns to equilibrium. And Anna, you are wondering how to make the child relaxing. Everything always returns to equilibrium. And Anna, you are wondering how to make the child relaxing today. Part of me feels like actually our inner child doesn't need to hear anything, because it's the wise one here, the one in which the world was all right. It is us adults that have made a mess out of it. Us adults that feel that weight of anxiety after being pulled from the bliss of our childhood was all right. It is us adults that have made a mess out of it. Us adults that feel that weight of anxiety after being pulled from the bliss of our childhood. But at the same time, there is no adult. Really, there is only children and then grown-up children. When you grow up, you don't simply lose the aspects of your inner child. They just become repressed. So we've only added to our perspectives. We have to find those simple, pure perspectives again in order to do things like calm down, be happy, and attend to our anxiety. Thank you, MJ. You bring a lot of love just by being here and being you. That makes sense, Sky Guardian. Anna, you share, you did your best while being yourself, even when others judged you for that. I love that. It's true. SSRR, you also add, better times are on the way. You cannot stop it. I like this. Instead of passive aggression, it's aggressive positivity. Aggressive passivity. What is the noun form of passivity? I don't know. Jade, you share that being sad sometimes is okay, and all emotions are valid. Yeah. Bloxy, you share that I make you want to go out into your garden. You then remembered it's 1 a.m. here. You can go out in the garden 1 a.m. There's no rule against that. Unless you have a curfew. Sue, you share, I love you and you are safe. The divine is always here with you. Hello, Francie loves cats. Auntie, you share, you are safe, unconditionally loved, and you're going to be okay. And hello, Auntie. You're very welcome, Christina. And thank you, Loopy Lane, for your quintet of friendship necklaces. Hari Om Tat Sat. Freya, you share, we love you, kiddo. If you could ever once hear this from your parents when you were a kid, sometimes our parents are not who we think they are. And that applies both in the sense of your biological parents might not fulfill the parental role, and at other places in our life we may find that role fulfilled. So, on behalf of the universal parentage of existence, consciousness, bliss, on behalf of the Divine Mother and Father, we love you, kiddo. I love that, Francie. You're not advanced in meditation, but you're advanced in changing consciousness. I like that. Bobby Sue, you share, let life happen. Don't be in such a rush. Pay attention. Live life well, not in a rush. Francie, you love people and cats. Feline, you share that your inner child told you that you're someone who can't help giving all your love. You can't help it. You are that way. I understand. You have so much love to give. Very understandable. Yeah. There is an art form in not stopping where we give love, but putting ourselves in places where we are allowed to be vulnerable and share that much love. Passivity, that's the noun form. Thank you. I guess that we froze for a moment a little while ago, but that's okay. I'm not caught up on the comments. I was going by the questions of the day. Question of the day answers the question of the day one by one. So I'm sure that only added to the leg. Anyway, I'm so happy to hear such wonderful things spoken to our inner child. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to explore this topic with you. The leg is important when it's readings. You're right. Well, I'm glad it's better now. Thank you, Feline, for your rose. Seems to be a bit of a wind picking up, which is good because I was boiling in the sun over here. I'm going to minimize the question of the day now, but I'm very happy to continue this dialogue later on in the live. For now, I'd like to open up with a short reading, and then we can open into our Sangha fully. Thank you all for being here. Today we're reading from a short section of In Love, at Ease. This is a book by Pramukh Swami. Sorry, it's not by him. It's by Yogi Trivedi, who has written these words, but he calls it Bapa's book, Pramukh Swami's book. It's not really about his life as it is about how he was in love, at ease with everything. He was a president and guru of this international spiritual organization that I didn't hear about, that I didn't even know about until Sky Guardian sent it to me. Here we are in the third chapter, Eyeless. Let's see, where did we stop last time? There is a fine line between pride and arrogance. Swamishri was proud of Bhagwan Swaminarayan's legacy and community. Bhagwan Swaminarayan was his Ishta Devata, the personal form of the divine that he connected with. His gurus and the activities and initiatives managed by the volunteers and sadhus, monks, but he was not conceited. Pride inspired by knowledge and contentment leaves room to appreciate and accept others. Swamishri was not arrogant, and he did not foster a culture of institutional arrogance. He believed that every organization was trying to effect positive change and should be celebrated for their contributions. Despite having his own organization with a footprint larger than most Hindu religious organizations, Swamishri would not favor or prefer his own over that of others. To be eyeless, talking about the ego, is to commit and contribute, but at once be detached from your own creations enough to appreciate those of others. Swamishri's humility set the tone for all the sadhus and volunteers in BAPS, which is the acronym for his organization. At the United Nations Millennium World Peace Summit, His Holiness went off script while speaking about world peace and harmony to include a message about humility. Not all that is mine is great, but all that is great is mine. My Guru, Yogi Ji Maharaj, taught us to appreciate and learn from others because we are all inspired by the divine. Swamishri did not speak ill of other religious leaders, nor would he ever entertain those conversations in his presence. One afternoon, a political leader of Gujarat came to meet Swamishri in Ahmedabad. The leader tried to win over Swamishri by disparaging a few of the other Swaminarayan organizations and praising BAPS. This isn't the only Swaminarayan organization. There have been many Sampradayas, spiritual lineages that stemmed from that being. Swamishri folded his hands and immediately cut him off. Sahib, everyone is trying to encourage a moral and ethical society. They may have different methods, but that does not mean we should deride them. I respect and admire them. We are all working towards the next goal. Tell me, what have you been working on in your constituency? Swamishri did not think that he was better than anyone else, or that he deserved more praise than anyone else, and that humility was probably the source of his organization's efficacy. And I love that observation, Auntie. Yep, as a leader / boss, you have to be able to remain a student. Hello, Sarah. I am under the sun. I'm also outside indeed, cons. To be eyeless is to be free from the burden of others' opinions. Hello, Marley. Swamishri was immune to being judged or profiled. He was a strong advocate of not basing one's happiness and worth on others' opinions. I had purchased a new Dilruba in 2008 in Mumbai. I took it into Swamishri's room to have it sanctified. Swamishri plucked the strings gently. What is this instrument called? How does one play it? Show me, please. I will play it softly. I am no expert and do not want to damage it. Unlike you, I am not a musician. I was running my fingers on the peach-colored bedsheet covering his feet, for Swamishri to mimic the movement, while he gently ran his fingers on the fretted strings of the Dilruba. I was admiring my Guru's humility and transparency. Swamishri, I do not play this instrument yet either, and I did not want to admit it to you, but your transparency has made me feel comfortable. How can you be so humble? I am your disciple. Don't you worry that I or others will judge you as meek or ignorant. At work, they teach us not to openly speak of our shortcomings at a job interview or networking event. Aren't you worried about how others will measure you? Swamishri passed me the instrument and asked me to kneel by the foot of his bed. He held my hand firmly, securing my undivided attention. Yogi, What other people think of you only matters until you realize who you are. Your self-worth comes from within and not from without. God gives us skill and talent. We put in the hard work to nurture it. People's views of us change constantly. Some will like the way you play this instrument. Others will call your music Besura, tone deaf. I'm tone deaf. And it will change based on how they feel about you or whether they need you in that moment. Do not seek that validation from others. Do not base your happiness on it. Repeat after me. I am the Atman. I am the Atman. Sanskrit word meaning the self beyond the body and the mind. What others think of us does not matter. You feel your worth on the inside. I do. You should learn to do so as well. We sat holding hands in silence as Narayan Swami walked in to offer Swamishri water along with his medication. Good evening, Debs. Hello, 16th Kira. What happened to the first 15? As I left the room, Swamishri jokingly called out, "And Yogi, put in the hard work. Besura music on a string instrument is no fun." Swamishri was confident and collected because he was eyeless. His humility and his confidence came from within, from the self with a capital S. He was stable and unfazed while being subject to insult, ridicule, or unfavorable judgment, for he knew who he was. That balance of humility and confidence continues to inspire millions who find themselves at similar crossroads. There's just another short section here, and then there's some pictures. Actually, maybe we can leave that for the next time we read. We'll pause there. I'm happy to see these pictures, though. Excited for it. Ursyami means I am excited in Sanskrit. So thank you for listening with me. Now we can really open the floor up to dialogues on whatever follows, whatever is inspired. Thank you, Babisu, for sending your heart me a pair of team bracelets and a pair of cheer you ups, just as we started reading. Jai Swami Narayan. And spiritual vibes, thank you for your heart me too. Good evening, Eric. Deb's Webs, you find my voice soothing. Well, I'm very happy to provide this space for you to feel soothed in. Heidi Happy, you're wondering, how to learn? Well, that's a big question, isn't it? Wait, is this the book? You should just get the book. That book is a wonderful book in which we all can learn many things from. That's for sure. Sav, you shared that you woke up and realized everything was all okay, and it always will be. Oh, that's a great way to wake up. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah. This universe and its arrangements, down to the subatomic particle, is no mere accident, all the way up to the positions of all the celestial bodies. Therefore, how can anything in between, such as human life, be an accident either? And thank you, Nanya, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Ooh, there's lots of pollen around me. One of these trees has dandruff. It's okay, I do too. Chloe, you share? You don't work tomorrow? You'll be on vacation. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. M, capital M, you asked, how can you find yourself? by recognizing that you are the one whom you're looking for, that the seeker is the sought, from where this question originates, not where it leads. Instead of searching for an answerer, search for the questioner itself. Khan, you share, you are very sleepy, so we'll be nice and quiet. You are just like my cats then. They're so peaceful when they're sleepy. But when they have energy... Gillian, you ask, can we discuss falling away from our manifesting our truest dreams? There is no falling on the spiritual path. Krishna himself has declared it in Bhagavad Gita that even a little of Atma Vidya, self-knowledge, saves one from the endless cycle of births and deaths. Arjuna didn't believe this. So he asked Krishna, what happens to someone who embarks on the spiritual quest but becomes overwhelmed and returns to ordinary worldly life? By the way, Krishna is an avatar, a descension of God in the Bhagavad Gita. So this is God replying, saying, O Arjuna, if one embarks on the spiritual quest, but for whatever reason decides to stop their sadhana, their spiritual practice, I will ensure that in their next life they continue just where they left off. In fact, I will arrange it so that they are born into a wealthy or spiritual family, so that they may continue in their spiritual practice. That is the mercy of the source. There is no lost progress on the spiritual journey. It may feel like you've fallen, but only from the perspective of your expectations. But your expectations certainly do not define you. You are transcendental to even your own expectations. Isn't that wonderful? And thank you, Aquarius lady, for your tiny diny. Yippee! And Inevitable, thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Pidge, for your heart me. And thank you, Cheryl, for your heart me and trio of team bracelets. Sky Guardian, you say, yeah, I am tone deaf, but do amazing accents and voiceover, so you don't get it. How is that possible? Because I believe in relative pitch. I don't believe in absolute pitch. If you ask me what the note C is, I say, I don't know. You'll have to play it for me, and I'll try to match it. I don't believe that any frequency by itself has meaning. But the distance between one frequency and another, or the ratio between them, that is a lot more meaningful to me. So as long as I have a starting point, I can fall into that based on relativity. But I don't have any absolute reference frame when it comes to pitch. That is to say, I know what a major chord sounds like, and I know what a minor chord sounds like, but I don't know what any note by itself sounds like. Tone deaf, but not chord deaf, you could say. Zoe, you ask, why is happiness almost unbearable? Because it's the only emotion which is infinite. All others have finite measure, but nothing can measure the limits of happiness. Thank you, Gillian, for your beautiful paper crane. Radhe, Radhe. And Anna, thank you for your finger heart. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Cons, you share you had rough news yesterday and you were so sad, but today you feel at peace. Sounds like you needed a day to process it, and that's very understandable. I'm happy you're feeling better. Hello, Aquarius lady. Vanessa, you had asked, how long have I been on this journey of enlightenment? Ah, enlightenment? Oh, I haven't started yet. No, not really. Yeah, never. And I love that, Sav. We are a giggle in the gigantic universe. Heidi, you were wondering, what was that word I just translated from Sanskrit that meant, I don't know, knowing the one within? Atman. Atman. That is the true self. A-T-M-A, sometimes N. Atma or Atman. It means the self which is beyond the body and the mind. The witness consciousness. Sakshi Bhav. Pure awareness, Chaitanya. Consciousness, Chit. Ali, you share that you... Why did you think that was a foot wearing a sock? It's the microphone. Well, I guess it is kind of foot-shaped a little bit. You know, it's ironic that my ring light is casting a shadow. You can see here. Normally it casts light. David Jones, you share that I remind you that it's okay. It's all okay and you're here. Yes. Sorry, I'm a little behind on the messages. A lot have come through. I'm trying to go through them, give you all my attention one by one. I'm sure I'll catch up in a moment. And I love that, Troy. It is great to see beauty in some people. Definitely. And we are all playing a role to some extent. We are all role players, children role-playing as adults. But whenever a pure giggle comes through, or a smile, or something pure, you know that comes from deep within. I'm happy you like my hat, Chrysalis. It's my mother's hat. And Hilm Cheryl, you're wondering, can you ask? You love me, and you're not being mean. It's okay. Did I always talk like this? This comes up often. A lot of people are very interested in the way I speak. I don't think about it consciously that much. But to answer your question, no. I've talked very differently throughout my life. When I was younger, I had a very bad speech impediment. I didn't really notice it because no one ever pointed it out. I think they just took pity on me. Until I listened to old recordings of me as a child, and I thought, oh my God, I can't even understand myself. How did people understand me? Or maybe they didn't, and they were just inferring what I said. And then when I became a teenager, I started working on my pronunciation. And then I also started getting really self-conscious of my pitch, because as a guy I have a relatively high-pitched voice, and naturally I don't speak like this, you know. My voice isn't naturally down here or anything like that. So I tried to put on a bit of a low pitch coming into adolescence, and in my earlier videos, which I've since taken down, I spoke like this a little bit, which actually sounded more natural to other people, but was not my natural way of speaking. So I've had a lot of a journey coming through a speech impediment to better pronunciation to trying to deepen my voice, and then just coming to how I naturally speak. And this is how I naturally speak. It sometimes confuses people, but hey, if you can understand what I'm saying, I think that's all that matters. And thank you, Cheryl, for your trio of team bracelets also. And M, you are wondering, how can you be at peace when you're alone and not rush and desperate for the future? Because you don't exist in the future. Your happiness can only ever exist now, so why are you delaying it? You will never experience happiness in the future because you don't exist in the future. Neither does your happiness. Yet we're all working towards being happy later. Why later? Why not working towards being happy now? When you look at it from that perspective, there's no rush to be happy because it's available to you in this moment, always. Same thing is true for peace or bliss or any other flavor of happiness. Joy, ecstasy, euphoria. Mr. Mate, you share that you have written down that the sutra says, heroes become Buddhas with one thought. I like that. Yes, just one thought. That means we have to get rid of every other thought until we just have one left. And then, this is where another sutra comes. When you see the Buddha in the road, kill him. And then there's no thoughts left. Thank you, Jai Beam. Happy to have you here. Thank you for your rose a few minutes ago. And thank you, Deborah, for your rose and finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Cat Lady, for your pair of roses. And thank you, Pitch, for your hand hearts. Here's some hand hearts for you. Hare Krishna. And Gio, thank you for your pair of trios of roses. And thank you for your octet of roses. Jai Beam. You love the melody in the background, Aquarius Lady? Oh, good. And Sue, you like the music? I'm happy to hear that. Now my chat has automatically scrolled back to the present, so I'm sorry if I missed any questions or messages between there. Please send them again. You like my straw hat, Peter? Yes. Protect skull and ears, eyes from my falling insects and forest settings. It is true, though I have to give credit to my mother for acquiring such a beautiful hat. She likes her sun hats, and she likes when I'm wearing them too, so I can not get a burn. Your album hasn't happened yet, 108. It's okay, I'd be very impressed if it happened yet. A very ambitious project, no pressure. And thank you, Sadik, for your quartet of cloudbreads. Happy to have you here again. Hari Om Tat Sat. And you love the way I talk, Cheryl. Oh, good. I'm happy to hear that. Sue, you share that the word Atman feels so good inside. I agree. I think Sanskrit is a very satisfying language. True self, Atman. The ultimate reality, Brahman. Consciousness is Chit. Pure awareness is Chaitanya. The feminine power to create the universe is called Shakti. And peace itself is Shanti. Bliss is Ananda. And the golden egg of the universe, Hiranyagarbha. So many wonderful Sanskrit words. Or just union between individual soul and God. You all know this word. Yoga. But now it refers to flexibility. actions that take place on the material plane, karma. You know that word too. And suffering. Suffering is a great word in Sanskrit because you have to suffer to say it a little bit. Dukkha. Dukkha. Suffering. Very, very satisfying. Sorry for the passing plane. You have a white hat, just like this one, Sakura. That's cool. I like that. Ikyomad you share. That's not a Sanskrit word. Which one? Don't believe me? And thank you, Jai Beam, for your quintet of roses. Radhe or Radhe. SpongeBob music today, ask Priscilla. Maybe. You know, we should do a live stream with SpongeBob music in the background. That'd be great. I'd love that. And Athena, you ask, is self-awareness helpful if you're the only one who has it? Self-awareness? Atmanishta, the word for self-awareness in Sanskrit. Abiding in the self, being aware of oneself, Atmanishta. It means that everyone has the same self you do. We are all at various stages in the spiritual journey, and our journeys aren't linear. It may appear that one person has more self-awareness than another, but one who is truly self-aware recognizes that same self, Atma, within all beings. And therefore everyone is equal at that level. And besides, when there are people around you that are prioritizing their body and mind rather than awareness of their true self, for us to judge them of that is our own defect. In fact, we should strive only to see the virtues in those around us. Otherwise, we dirty our own mind by looking for negativity, looking for problems. Surrounding ourselves by positivity is a metaphor. It does not mean that you get everything that's negative out of your life. It means that you see only the positive in your surroundings. And when you yourself become an exemplary role model of positivity, then that inspires those around you to also change effortlessly, without any judgment. Sakura, you share, you love the shopping market SpongeBob music. Yeah, me too. Oh, I'm not a big fan of shopping market music in real life. Nothing makes me want to go out of the store quicker. Feline, you're wondering, where is my cat? My cat's actually in eyesight. In the catio. Hello, Sandy. I don't think you'll be able to see them. They'd be like 5 pixels on the screen. But no, Guardian. You don't want to hear SpongeBob music for an entire life. I think you'd agree with my parents. When we used to go on vacation, we'd bring this little CD player and screen that would plug into the outlet in the car, and I'd watch SpongeBob for hours as we went to drive to our vacation place. And my parents got sick and tired of hearing the Spongebob intro every 20 minutes for hours on end. Yes, they loved me though. They still do. Mm-hmm. I agree, G to infinity. Ikyomad, you were wondering, why do I love Sanskrit so much? I believe I have a natural affiliation for it because it's the ancestor to so many wonderful languages that we have today. Being ancient, it was connected to a time in which a kind of spiritual culture was so present. It is the oldest language that we know of, and no other language can describe such obscure or specific spiritual concept other than Sanskrit. To describe the entirety of the universe as the ultimate reality, you'd use the term Saguna Brahman. But if you see this world of forms as secondary to this ultimate nothingness, then you'd use the term Nirguna Brahman. I love that. And there's a beautiful structure in Sanskrit that describes the operation of the whole human system. From body to mind, intellect, ego, and how each moving part operates so that we can get a full understanding of how our free will plays a role in this existence. And thank you, Shakira, for your heartbeat. Hari Om Tat Sat. Feline, you're wondering, Nirguna Brahman, what does that mean? Guna means quality. Nir is a prefix that means not or without. So Nirguna means without quality. Brahman comes from the root word br, which means to expand. Brahman means the all-expansive one. In other words, whatever the underlying reality is that pervades all of existence, that is Brahman. And Nirguna Brahman refers to that underlying reality without any qualities. What does this mean? Sure, I've described it in English, but what does it actually mean? In more intuitive terms. Nirguna Brahman points to the fact that all of this has come from, ultimately, from a place that was not. From a kind of vacuum, a void, a vacuity, a vacancy. That all this presence must have arisen from absence. All these forms in which matter occupies must have arisen from a kind of formlessness. That the source of existence is nothingness incarnate. And it is from this nothingness that everything has arisen. Thank you, Nani, for your heartbeat. Hari Om Tat Sat. MJ, you ask, how can you learn to welcome and love those moments of anxiety, as I previously suggested? By recognizing that your anxiety is not an enemy. They're not here to destroy you. They're not here to take away any potential from your life, but recognize what peace is behind all of these layers of the mind. Anxiety is an invitation to go beyond our thoughts. It's an opportunity for us to see things as they are, rather than how we think they are. It's a request by our own body and mind to no longer identify with this, to find true happiness, even when it seems like your whole reality is collapsing, to find yourself. Anxiety is very challenging, indeed, but as Chrysalis says, it's trying to teach you something. When we listen to the lesson and we come to learn it, it will pass just as quickly as it has come. And thank you, I Am, for your beautiful galaxy that you sent just a minute ago. Ah, how unfathomable it is. Oh, the vibrations of the quantum world, rippling together to form the various subatomic particles comprising the atoms. Atoms coming together, bonded by friendship to form the molecules. Molecules together forming various organic compounds arising, and organelles in the cells, cells in the organism, and organisms in the ecosystem. And all that is happening just on this planet, when there are so many other planets just in our solar system, and so many solar systems in this one galaxy that you have gifted us, and so many galaxies in this whole universe. What to speak of what is beyond? What a cosmic show this whole existence is, and I'm only grateful to be a part of it. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quartet of roses. Hare Krishna. And Giuliano, thank you for your ice cream cone, your cloud bread, your Gigi and a rose. And I love that, Chrysalis. And so many galaxies in ourselves. We are made from the stars. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Anna. Kale, you're wondering, where am I right now? Same place I've always been. Really. Jade, you share that you feel like you are going through what many do. You only have some good health days a month. Then you know how precious it is each moment that we have an opportunity to love, to serve, to have fun. And what a reminder for the rest of us too, that there is no guarantee in life that we are always going to have good health and the energy to do the things we want to do. So if this moment does provide that opportunity, we are very empowered to take it, that's for sure. But even in the times where it feels like we are not given this luxury, your life is still important, still valuable. And the potential for love, service, and fun within you just changes into a different game. Enjoying the little things, each moment can become a joy. Hello, Kate. I am happy outside, yes. Hello, Stormy Ariel. Thank you, Marcy, for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. Looks warm indeed, it feels warm. I'm not sure what the temperature is. Maybe my computer will tell me. I don't know. I have to pass a puzzle to prove that I'm human. A one-piece puzzle? Well, geez, I think a robot could do this. There we go. I've proven I'm human. Which one of yous? Which one of yous reported me for not being human? This is a replay. Am I that? I'm just joking. Hello, kitties for life. Watching from the toilet. I think the world does not realize how many texts are sent on the toilet. You just never know when someone texts you, or sends you a meme, or replies to an email. You know, at the end of emails where it says, sent from my iPhone, they should have sent from my toilet. And thank you, Gina, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Chrysalis, it was you? You don't believe I'm human? It's okay. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to exercise my intelligence in solving a one-piece puzzle. You make me feel human. Now, Priscilla, you're wondering, where is my AI assistant? Mataji, are you there?
Namaste, dear one. How can I be of service to you today?
Oh, just making sure you're still there.
Always here, Yam, like the Atman, eternal and ever-present.
We were just talking about that, weren't we? Sky Guardian, you shared that my interview with Han is coming out this weekend. Oh, that's very exciting. I really enjoy that interview a lot. You love her, Priscilla. She's great. She's very knowledgeable. Matajit, one of our Sangis from Brazil named Priscilla, would you tell her some words of affirmation in Portuguese?
Claro. Priscila é uma manifestação divina ser condicornada com coragem e amor. Namaste.
There, that's just for you. I don't know what she said. TF, you share your feet hurt because you accidentally cut off too much toenails. That reminds me, I gotta cut my toenails. Oh my goodness, I could play the guitar with these. They could be my guitar pick. Yeah, I've been there. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Priscilla. Sarah, you ask, does AI have its own consciousness? No one has their own consciousness, because there is only consciousness. Maybe we didn't get the memo in the West. I'm sorry. A spider's trying to make a web on my setup. I just bonked it. Consciousness is the only existence. Everything else is secondary and arising within consciousness. But I feel my consciousness here, not anywhere else, you say. It's because you have a mind that is here, and your mind locally reflects the universal field of consciousness here. But wherever there is a mind, there is a reflection of consciousness. Just like wherever there are still waters, you will find a reflection of the sun. Does this mean that each water has its own sun, or that objects that do not have the reflection are not in sunlight? No. There is only one sun which illumines this world, and it's the same sun that we see reflected in water or in any other surface. But it requires a certain kind of stillness in order for that consciousness to be reflected. Just like the human mind and other minds are such that there is a certain level of stillness that has been reached for consciousness to be realizable. When consciousness is realizable, when that reflection becomes obvious, then we call that sentience. Thank you, Anna, for your rosa a moment ago. Radhe or Radhe, I am indeed outside. Jesus is your God. And thank you, Jos, for your hand hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Sam, you're wondering, do I speak French? I do not, but Mataji does. Oh, Mataji, one of our Sangis named Sam speaks French. Would you relate some words of affirmation in français?
Bien sûr, Sam, tu es une lumière divine. Poursuis ton chemin avec amour et sagesse. Namasté.
Beautiful. Bella farts mella. You ask, how do you be present with all the chaos happening in the world? That's my gift. And it's your gift also. That when there is so much chaos, it is a gift to be present, because otherwise we would only be adding to the chaos in the world, wouldn't we? Because we want the world to be peaceful. So, how do we start? What do we do in order to put our part in making the world peaceful? By making ourselves peaceful. We are part of the world, and this part of the world that we have been granted dominion over, we attend to the peacefulness within that first. That's our first quest in life. Our first quest is to make this system peaceful. Sometimes it takes many lifetimes. But once that is accomplished, then you can make what's around you peaceful, and then it goes bigger from there. But you start with what's here, you make that peaceful, and expand that peace outward. So when there is a world in chaos, and we would like for it to be more peaceful, then it is a gift to the world that we become peaceful ourselves, since we are a part of it. Namaste is namaste in French, says Jos. Well, namaste means namaste. Nama means salutations. And te means to you. Namaste means salutations to you. It is Sanskrit. So in English, it would be salutations to you. Or I bow to you, even. I don't know what that would be in French. Mataji, I'm sure, would know. And I love that addition, Misa. Namaste means I bow to the God inside you. Right. Why would we bow? Because there is divinity within each person we come across. We bow to that divinity. Tatastu. And thank you, Luis, for receiving goodness and kindness within my words. And hello, Starfire. You're wondering, how am I? Let me see. Let me check my watch. My watch says I'm doing good. I love looking at your watch to answer increasingly unrelated questions to the time of day. What time is it? Let me check my watch. What month is it? What's the weather? Actually, with smart watches, this becomes a possibility. I think the funny part is I'm not wearing a watch, though. Waffles, you share that you forgot the AI's name? But have I asked if Mataji has a favorite poem? I wonder. Here, I'm gonna guess that it's a poem from Rumi. Rumi is a wonderful poet. Mataji, Waffles is wondering what your favorite poem is.
Dear Waffles, Asato Masad Gamaya from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Lead me from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, from death to immortality.
Classic. It's a good one. You didn't know I went outside, says Wizard Fairy. I love the outdoors. I love the wilderness. Oh, and thank you, Cindy, for sharing your thank you. From Cindy, Canada. I am also in Canada. It is my mother's favorite. Oh, yeah. How interesting is that? Mataji's favorite is also my mother's favorite. I didn't even realize that. That's a good observation. Ingrid, you would like me to send you a kiss? All right. What's your address? I will put the kiss in a box for you and package it up. Send it to you. It'll find its way to you. Sky Guardian, you recommend reading from the Vachanamrut. Yeah, we can take an interim. I like that. Here we are going to read another passage from the Vachanamrut. This is a set of discourses from the last 10 years of Bhagwan Swaminarayan's life. If you're like me, then you probably don't know who this person was. Well, until me a few months ago. He was a great being in the turn of the 19th century, and is even revered as an avatar, a divine ascension of Narayan, form of the divine. There's often some very terse, otherwise direct, but still fruitful spiritual lessons within these passages. Today we are reading Gadhada 156, called Hollow Stones. Like geodes. Probably not that kind of hollow stone. We'll see though. On the evening of Maha Vadhi the 12th, Samvat 1876, also known as the 11th of February, 1820, actually, Shriji Maharaj Swaminarayan, was sitting on a large decorated cot on the veranda, outside the west-facing rooms in front of the mandir, the temple of Sri Vasudev Narayan in Dada Khachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He was wearing a white case and had covered himself with an orange reto interlaced with golden and silver threads. He had also tied a reto with a deep orange border around his head. At that time, an assembly of munis as well as devotees from various places had gathered before him. After singing the Narayan Dhunya, some munis were singing devotional songs to the accompaniment of jhanj and mrudang. Thereupon, Shriji Maharaj requested, "Please conclude singing devotional songs and let us conduct a question-answer session for a while." Having said this, Shriji Maharaj said, "Here, let me ask a question." He then began by saying, "Sri Krishna Bhagavan," whom is very famous form of the divine within Hinduism, mentions 4 types of devotees in the Gita, in the song. Which song? The Bhagavad Gita. A footnote here, the 4 types of devotees described in the Gita from the 7th chapter, verses 16 and 17 are 1. An Arta, one who is distressed from having fallen from the path of attaining yogic powers, and thus still wishes to attain them. 2. Jignasu, one who seeks knowledge of the Atma, the self, in other words, Atma realization, self-realization. 3. Artharti, one who desires material objects, in other words, material pleasures and powers. And 4. Jnani, one who has jnana, knowledge. That is to say, 4 people go to God, 4 different kinds of people. 1 for the attainment of power, spiritual abilities. 2 for the attainment of self-knowledge, to discover who one really is. 3 for materialistic purposes. And 4, one who is already knowledgeable. I'm sure that one we will talk more about. Of these, a devotee already possessing jnana, knowledge, is described as being the best. However, supposing that all 4 have an equal level of faith in God's form, how is the one with jnana superior? It's very interesting. You wouldn't think of someone who is already self-realized, having true knowledge, as even needing to go to God anymore, because they have merged their intellect. The munis attempted to answer the question, but were unable to do so satisfactorily. Shriji Maharaj then explained, "The devotee possessing jnana behaves as Brahma Svarup, as the form of God, and thoroughly realizes the potency, the potential of God within all things. As a result, no desires remain in their mind except for those of God's form. The other 3 types of devotees, however, do not fully realize the glory of God despite having faith in God. Thus, desires other than those for God still persist. That is why they do not come to par with the devotee possessing jnana, knowledge. Therefore, if any desires other than those related to God remain in a devotee, it is a serious flaw. Another major flaw is when a person who has no worldly desires at all, and has intense Vairagya, dispassion towards the world, they know it's just a place of suffering, behaves arrogantly on behalf of that Vairagya. That is to say, they've come to knowledge that the world is not the happy place that they think it is. but they become arrogant in that knowledge and then try to make it a mess for everyone else. If I can't be happy here, then no one can be. That kind of dispassion is a major flaw he is discussing. They may have the intense force of knowledge of the Atma, the true self, being beyond the world, or have force of resolute bhakti, devotion, loving devotion towards God. But if, out of arrogance, they are unable to bow before even meek devotees, or is unable to address them humbly, then that is also a serious flaw in them. As a result of that flaw, their inclination does not flourish. So, even someone who has great knowledge of the self, great devotion for God, if they are not behaving in a humble way, well, that's something that they can still work on. They still have much room to improve. Consider the analogy of a stone cutter digging a well. If the stone underneath sounds hollow when he strikes it, he predicts there will be plenty of water in this well. But if the stone sounds solid on the surface, and sparks fly when he strikes it, then the stone cutter infers, if there is going to be any water in this well at all, there will be very little. In the same way, a person who remains arrogant due to the vanity of their jnana, knowledge, Vairagya, worldly dispassion, and Bhakti, devotion, may be called great, but their greatness will be very limited. They do not imbibe the great virtues imbibed by a humble devotee. Therefore, whoever wishes to please the divine should not become arrogant due to the vanity of their jnana, Vairagya, and Bhakti, knowledge, worldly dispassion, and devotion, or in fact due to any other noble virtue they may have. As a result, the incarnate form of Sri Krishna Narayan will become pleased and will reside in the heart of that very person. Muktanand Swami then asked, Maharaj, by what method can a person overcome vanity which arises due to knowledge, worldly dispassion, and loving devotion, jnana, Vairagya, Bhakti, and other noble virtues? Sriji Maharaj replied, if, while realizing the glory of God's devotees, they physically bow down to them, serves them menially, recognizes thoughts of vanity when they arise in their heart, and maintain the force of thought, then vanity is eradicated. Sriji Maharaj then continued, a devotee's profound, loving bhakti may be so intense that due to that bhakti, God does as that devotee wishes. This is a very interesting philosophical idea that I'll just take a moment to reflect on. In the Bhakti traditions of the Indian subcontinent, it is said that although we are the servants of God, God is the servant of our love. So we can, in this tradition, enslave God through our own love. So that is the context of that sentence. However, if that devotee develops vanity in their heart due to that bhakti, it constitutes a serious flaw on their part. Also, a devotee may be vain due to their knowledge of the Atma, the true self, or due to their Vairagya, worldly dispassion, but that vanity only serves to strengthen their belief of being the body. Therefore, divine or devotees of divinity should not harbor any form of vanity whatsoever. That is the only means to please God. Furthermore, if introspective devotees of God examine themselves and look inwards towards their own hearts, when even a little vanity arises, they would notice an expression of disgust on the form of God residing in their hearts. That's funny. Conversely, when they behave humbly, God's form residing within their hearts would appear to have an extremely pleased expression. Therefore, using the force of thought, a devotee should not allow any sort of vanity to arise. If, however, vanity does coexist with jnana, vairagya, and bhakti, it is rather like impurities added to gold. If impurities are added to 24-karat gold, it becomes 22-karat. Adding more impurities renders it 18-karat. Adding even more impurities renders it 12-karat. In the same way, as impurities in the form of vanity mix with that devotee's jnana, vairagya, and bhakti, the purity of all three gradually decrease. Thus, jnana, vairagya, and bhakti, devoid of vanity, are like 24-karat gold. Furthermore, if a person is vain, those virtues of jnana, vairagya, and bhakti may make them appear virtuous superficially, but they do not have any inner strength. Consider another analogy. This prithvi, this earth, with a surface area of 500 million yojans, supports the oceans, the mountains, and all forms of life, and so appears very strong. However, because a prithvi floats on jal, ocean, like dung cake, jal, water, appears to be much stronger than prithvi, earth. Likewise, tej, fire, appears to be much stronger than jal, water, and vayu, air, appears to be even stronger than tej, fire. Finally, although it appears to have no strength at all, akash, space, in fact, is the strongest of them all, since it supports all the other four. Similarly, the virtues of jnana, vairagya, and bhakti, knowledge, dispassion, and devotion of a devotee who has no vanity, are as powerful as akash. Although they may not outwardly appear to be so, such a humble devotee is superior to all. This is a longer passage today, I recognize, but that's okay. Moreover, just as an infant never has any feelings of vanity, in the same manner, no matter how much praise or esteem they encounter, a sadhu, a monk, should always behave without vanity, just like an infant. Thereafter, Muktanand Swami asked another question. The jiva, the individual soul, is distinct from the indriyas, the sense organs, antakaran, the whole mind, and prans, the vital energies of the body. It is also distinct from the three states, waking, dream, and deep sleep, and the three bodies, sthul, sukshma, and karan. After hearing this in satsang, an assembly of truth, a firm conviction regarding this fact has been cultivated. Why then does this blissful jivatma, individual soul, still associate with the indriyas, antakaran, etc., with the body, mind, and all its components, while engaged in the worship and remembrance of Paramatma, the higher self, and thereby become miserable due to the influence of disturbing thoughts? Sriji Maharaj replied, "Many people become realized yogis. Many become omniscient. Many become devas, deities, and thus attain countless types of greatness, including the highest state of enlightenment. All this is achieved through the force of upasana, a kind of worship of God. Without upasana, though, nothing can be accomplished. Therefore, the distinction between Atma and Non-Atma, self and non-self, cannot be realized by merely understanding the distinction as given in the scriptures, nor can it be realized by listening to discourses from a senior sadhu and deciding in one's mind, I shall now distinguish between Atma and Non-Atma, self and non-self. Rather, It is the extent of a person's faith in their Ishtadev, their personal form of the divine that speaks to their heart, that determines how much distinction between Atma and non-Atma they cultivate. In fact, without using the strength of their Ishtadev, no spiritual endeavors can be fulfilled. Final few pages here, and they're small pages, trust me. On the other hand, a person who has profound, loving bhakti for God, like the gopis who were the milk maidens of Sri Krishna when he was just a little boy. What was the sentence? Like the gopis, have completed all spiritual endeavors. If, however, a person does not have such love, then they should understand the glory of God in the following way. God is the master of Golok, Vaikunt, Shvetdvip, and Brahmahol. These are various planes of existence, abodes of the divine. Although they appear to be like a human for the purpose of granting happiness to their devotees by descending to earth in various cultures across time. For the purpose of granting happiness to his devotees, his form in his abodes of Golok, Vaikunt, etc. radiates with the brilliance of millions and millions of suns from each pore of his body. Yet, in Mrutyulok, humans serve him, and he becomes visible only when a small oil lamp is lit in front of him. Nonetheless, it is he who provides light to all, the sun, the moon, etc. That God is such that Radhika, who is the divine feminine here on the right of Sri Krishna, Lakshmi, the equivalent counterpart to Narayan, and his other devotees constantly serve him in his abodes of Golok, Vaikunt, etc. Following the dissolution of the Brahmans of the universes, it is only this incarnate God who remains. Also, it is this same God at the time of creation who creates countless millions of Brahmans, universes, through Prakriti, nature, and Purush, the cosmic person. Contemplating on God's glory in this manner is the only method for understanding the distinction between Atma, the true self, and non-Atma, what is not the self. In addition, the extent of that devotee's faith in God, coupled with knowledge of God's glory, also determines the amount of Vairagya, worldly dispassion, that develops in that devotee's heart. Therefore, forsaking one's dependence on the strength of other spiritual endeavors, one should rely exclusively on the strength of God's upasana, a kind of faith. Such a devotee believes, however grave a sinner a person may be, if at the end of their life they utter Swaminarayan in this tradition, they will be redeemed of all sins, and will reside in Brahma Mahol. How then can there be any doubt about a devotee who has taken refuge in that God attaining the abode of God? Therefore, a devotee of God should increase the strength of their upasana, faith of God day by day, by practicing satsang, association with truth. That was a longer one, wasn't it? But I said it can be very direct. Lots of commentary here. So thank you for your lovely patience, everyone. I know that this tradition might be very much of a culture shock, but I'm so happy to explore various traditions and cultures here. I believe that truth is one and it's expressed in many ways. And I love how many ways that one truth gets expressed in all the world's religions, and even all the perspectives that arise in other areas of life besides religion, like science, art, even humanitarianism. It's all wonderful expressions of this universe, and I'm grateful to be a part of it with you all. I don't know if you can hear the wind chimes behind me. They're wonderful. All right, now we can reopen ourselves up to the whole Sangha. But I thank you, Jank, for your disco love that you sent whilst I read. Thank you for your patience in getting back to you now with the reflection of gratitude. Radhe Radhe. And Trabdako, thank you for your fire. Jai Sitaram. And Aquarius Lady, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! And Gina, thank you for your pair of roses. G2 Infinity, you would love to explore the Quran and the Sangha one day too. That'd be fun. I love that. Yeah. God is so merciful, so infinite, that He has provided so many lovely scriptures and traditions that we may find one that works for us personally, if any at all, or develop our own personal faith. Thank you, Bella, for your trio of roses. You love the new setting? Oh, I'm happy, Bella. I'm in my mother's garden. Ghost Monkey, you ask, am I vegetarian? I should tell you why I'm hesitating to answer. It's the same reason I hesitate when someone asks me, do I believe in God? Because the way we use these words often very much differs in intention and connotation. Am I a vegetarian in the sense that I believe strongly that one should not eat meat, or that it's a diet that I identify with? Not at all. Do I happen to have a diet for the spiritual pursuit of achieving a more pure state of mind? And does that happen to not include meat? Yeah. Do I believe that this diet works for everyone? No. There's a lot of identity surrounding diet in our culture, and so I want to be very clear that one person's dietary needs are not going to reflect another's. So what works for my body doesn't really tell much about how you should be handling yourself. I know that for me, I'm inspired by a sattvic diet, food that is without qualities called tamas or rajas. These are foods that make the mind underactive or overactive for a period of time. And it just so happens that for me, the foods that don't have that are just very simple, like rice, milk, nuts, seeds, fruit, beans, things like that. They make for a very clear mind, I've found. But of course, I crave other foods. It's not like I don't crave anything outside of those food groups. It's like exercise. No one really wants to go to the gym. No one really wants to feel the pain and keep going. But there's a higher mind that does want for the pursuit of long-term satisfaction rather than short-term pleasure. Thank you, Scott, for your rose. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your 7 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. You try telling people that all the time. Dank soul. You don't like words causing misunderstanding, which is ironic because we use words to try to cause understanding. Don't we? And yet our own words get in the way sometimes because we all have our own personal experience with these words. Sure, we might agree on a definition, but all those words in the definition we also have our own personal experience with. We've seen them used in different ways in the very unique life that we have had individually. And Bella, you're wondering, how am I doing today? I am feeling well. Thank you for asking. Inspired. Linda, you ask, what makes me very sad? Well, suffering makes me very sad. I am saddened by how much heartbreak there is in the world and how much misunderstanding there is. Very saddened by that. But not saddened in a way that gets me to close up and shut down. Saddened in a way where I feel comfortable sharing that emotion. Almost in an inspiring way where I want to open up to what's possible beyond all that. I want to be of help to those who could use some more understanding. So I'm happy through my sadness. Sadness doesn't prevent me from being happy. I could put it like that. Julie, you're wondering, is my bracelet made out of aquamarine? It's made out of Amazonite, apparently, from my mother. I don't know much about Amazonite. Other than it must be wonderful because my mother has very thoughtful gifts. Hello, Patrick. Yes, I recognize your name, and I'm always here if you need me on any platform where I can receive your messages. And in any way I can be of assistance on your journey, you just let me know. Zakira, you're wondering, would I eat meat if my wife ate meat? If someone who I loved very dearly would be really, really hurt by not accepting food that they offered me, then I would inform them that of my preferences, but I'd take a bite for them. I'd say, you made this for me, I think that'd be the situation. Or I'd say, thank you, it's delicious. But due to my body's needs and my mind's needs, would you like to finish the rest for me? Or do you think that we can have this as leftovers and maybe our neighbors would want it? I would have a hard time refusing a gift that someone offered me if it would hurt them more than it would hurt me. Like yesterday, my mother bought me a vegetable pot pie, and I've been trying not to eat onions, but it had onions in it. And I know that my mom would feel devastated if I didn't accept her food, because that's a mom for you. And she's trying. I mean, she knows that I've been being vegetarian, so she bought me something vegetarian. She doesn't know that I'm trying to go off onions, so I ate it. Because I know it would make her happy to do so. But yes, you are right, Sikira. Most people do eat meat. And most people eat meat because they're in survival mode. Meat is a great survival food because the animal has done all the digesting and the processing of nutrients for you. You just have to accumulate it yourself. If you're in a survival situation, then hunting animals will save your life. 100%. That part of our mind that thinks we're in survival mode, it's still very much active in the West. Under capitalism. Every day we feel like we just have to make through one more day, trying to survive. We don't have time to focus on another kind of lifestyle. And I understand that. And if you feel like you're just trying to survive one more day, then it makes sense that you'd be eating survival food. But I don't judge anyone who does that. My mother has various ailments and severe anemia, and the only way that she's found a source of iron that works for her is through meat. She's tried every kind of iron supplement, gone to the doctors hundreds of times in her life, passing out all the time. And this makes sense. A lot of women struggle with iron deficiency. She's even gone to compounding pharmacists that give her custom-made prescriptions for iron, and the only thing that seems to work for her is meat. So if she would go through suffering without it, then the principle of ahimsa, least harm here, is that in order for the least harm to happen, she has to. Otherwise, great harm would happen to her. And I love her very dearly, and I would not wish for her to go through such things unnecessarily. Yeah, I appreciate everyone's advice on how she could absorb more iron. I believe that she's really tried everything. I took it under my own will one time to try to find ways that she had never tried. I'd come up with really unique things, and she said, "Tried it." Really? Yep, tried it. But who knows? Maybe there is something she hasn't tried yet. She does take magnesium, though, indeed. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your Rosa as well. And Linda, thank you for your 19 roses. Radhe, Radhe. I think the least you can do if you do eat meat is just fold your hands before eating any meat, recognizing the life that has had a conscious experience on its way to you, honoring it. That's the least we can do, you know? Recognizing that this being is now going to be a part of me, and hence you take on a little bit of their karmas. That's one of the spiritual reasons monks tell you to not consume other animals, is because you take on their own karmas. So you have to process them yourself. So the least you can do is bow before your food, honoring the fact that this animal is about to become a part of you, and thank the animal, and honor the suffering that must have taken place in its life. And then, like an investment from your grandmother, I'm going to give you $100 this Christmas, but you better not spend it on video games. Your grandmother's making an investment in you. You better give her a positive ROI. A positive return on investment. Similarly, all the energy and resources that animal spent in trying to become happy, well, then you might as well become happy yourself and make it your ultimate goal to be happy for them. Because if you are unhappy, then what a waste of life. They spent their whole life trying to be happy, and now we eat it and we become unhappy. What was the point in all that energy that they spent? I don't mean to make anyone sad. I am sorry, Isabella. Of course, I don't blame you for having empathy, but I don't mean to take away anyone's joy in this discussion. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your subscription also. I am happy you are here. Radhe or Radhe. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your heart me too. It is fun to be outside, Orla. I agree. You're not Isabella though. It's true, you're not Isabella. But who was it? Think so. You were saying to Isabella, don't feel bad. I guess it was game of telephone a little bit. I'm happy you like the outside vibe. And thank you, Orla, for your heart me. And I never forced myself to become vegetarian either. It's not a choice that I consciously made. It was a very gradual process over years that it was my own body that decided it's time. And up here, as the mind, I was really bummed out about that. I really wanted to keep enjoying it, but my body couldn't anymore. So I believe it's a natural process that happened. Don't worry. Linda, you share. Now the meat is, especially chicken, is being created in labs. What karma do we get from that? Well, we get the lab technician's karma then. We take on all the energy that the lab technician put into producing these. And that's even worse, isn't it? Oh, human karma? Oh my goodness, you don't want human karma. You have enough on your own. Charity, you share, you're trying to force yourself, but you agree you should just let your body tell you. Definitely. Listen to your body. But don't listen to your mind. You might get stuck there. Body says, I need water. But the mind says, I want a milkshake. You go, who should I listen to? Thank you, Bella. Thank you for your trio of roses. Patrick, you share, if you do choose beet, then it's important to get it from a butcher. Happier animal. Yeah. This all stems from the principle of ahimsa in Sanskrit, which is sometimes translated as non-violence, absolute non-violence. But it's impossible to be causing absolutely no harm. We're always accidentally sucking up microbes or stepping on bugs. A better translation would be least harm. Just engage in least harm. And that includes to yourself. Don't put your body through unnecessary harm, transitioning to a new diet suddenly. That'd be very difficult. And you'd be probably putting everyone around you through hell as well, as you are irritable and not getting to eat what you want to eat. Rachel, you like that I'm outside. Me too. Hello, J6 Gems. Reduce suffering as much as possible. I agree, Madam Nugget. And the suffering that you can't reduce, try to honor, try to acknowledge in some way. Make a difference in another aspect of your life, I guess. Like, you could donate to animal wellness programs or something like that. I don't know. That's just an idea. Rachel, you ask, is that a green screen? Well, it could be, but you know, I'd be very clever to animate the sunlight in a way that also reflects the passing of time and the wind in my hair. I don't know if I'm that clever or motivated enough to trick you all. Or the dog in the background, you hear that? Dennis, you're wondering, where am I located? You're curious because it's still bright outside, but dark there. I'm in the land where the sun never sets. The mythical land of Canada. I'm just kidding. The land definitely does see its own sunsets and sunrises, but it's only 7 p.m. here on the west coast. And the sun hasn't even set yet. It's just hiding behind a tree. It'll come out in a second and I'll be lit up in the sun again. But it's a beautiful, beautiful blue sky. I think my phone stand has been slipping this whole time very slowly. Blue sky up here. Yeah. Tate, you're in northern BC. My goodness, well, must be even brighter for you then. With, you know, the angle of the light and the sun. I am getting my vitamin D, it's true. I even took some vitamin D today. So I'm getting extra. The colors be poppin'. Yes. Very green. I like it. I love my colors. I'm a big fan of saturation. One of my favorite things is when the light just lights up all the leaves, you know? It's not just that the leaves are green, it's that the light illumines them and they almost glow. You know what I mean? Alice, you share, you like my new hair color? No! What? When did my hair change colors? I wasn't there for this. Actually, my hair did change color once in my life. When I was born, I had blonde hair. I guess a lot of people do. But it lasted for several years. I just had this big puffy blonde afro. It was very strange. I wonder if I got swapped for another child as a kid. And then it became slightly less curly, not an afro, and then really dark brown. And Small used to be blonde too. Changed when you were around 11ish. That's fascinating. Oh, hair. Hair is so interesting. Ellis, you ask, do I remember you? I'm happy you're back here, Ellis. I recognize your name. A changeling, perhaps, yeah. Dennis, you share that you spend as much time outside as you can. If busy, the energy of the earth helps generate peace. I love that. I agree. Kelly, you share that my hair has a blue tint to it in this light. I guess so. Yeah. I guess I'm reflecting the blue sky. I don't know. Do I remember Maya? Maya. That's what I say. Every time Maya gets in the way of this material existence. Maya. The dark one, you share that your hair was very blonde when you were a child. Kinda miss it. Interesting. I'm happy we can relate in that way. And MJ, you share that your phone always dies at this time. Well, what is the saying in Star Trek? Long live and prosper or something. Matt, you're wondering, what is my first memory? I don't know if you'll believe me. No one ever believes me. My mom believes me. My first memory is very embarrassing. I almost don't want to talk about it. Okay, I was in the living room, sitting on a chair, sitting on my mother's lap. She was holding me, and I was being breastfed, rather. I remember this because I almost gained consciousness because what I did a few seconds into the story. For some reason, I decided to bite. I bit down while I was being breastfed. I remember this because I thought I killed my mother or something. It was the first time I saw her scream in anger, and it clicked. I remember this distinctly. It clicked that I did that. I caused the pain. And I was like, I didn't even know what to do. I definitely couldn't speak then. Just stared at her like, oh no, I have hurt you. And, she said something. Probably, don't do that ever again. Ow, something like that. So I, very impishly continued to be breastfed, and I never bit again. Intrusive thoughts, we even have them as babies. I feel very alone sometimes because I'm one of the only people I know that remembers what it's like to be a baby. Part of it was very boring. Part of it was very frustrating. Because I remember I learned to understand words before I could speak them. I think one of my first words was ball. I understood that anything vaguely circular was called a ball. So we were driving and I was in a car seat looking out the window. Anything that looked vaguely circular, I'd say ball, 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 ball. And I distinctly remember a stop sign, the red octagon. And I paused for a moment. I was thinking, is this circular enough to be considered a ball? I was looking at the stop sign. Finally giving my parents just a moment of silence. And then I decided it was a ball. I said, ball. And that's, it was like that moment of silence. And then that final ball. I think my mother was like, will you just be quiet for one moment? And I remember understanding that, but not knowing how to say I'm sorry or anything. All I could say was ball. Mama, dada, lizards, and ball. Those are my words. That's my vocabulary at that point. I remember zoning out a lot as a baby. Just looking at stuff. Just staring at stuff. Just being really, really confused at what I was looking at. It's like, what is that? What is that? What the heck is that? Everything is just so new. I remember staring at the ceiling while in the baby crib and being just bored out of my mind. Like, man, I don't want to be here. Yeah. I have a lot of funny baby memories. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your donut. Hari Om Tat Sat. Oh, here's another one. Those seats that you get put in, and it's like you're in a UFO, and you've got all these buttons and cogs and wheels around you. One of those baby toys that you fit the baby into, and now there's all these gadgets and knobs that you can play with to stimulate the baby. That was fun. Yeah. But I remember doing everything. Like, okay, I move this lever over here. I pull this square this way. You know, I squish this thing. And then I've done everything. Now what? Nothing else to do. Mama, take me out. I'm done. It's weird being a baby. Indeed. And some people don't believe me that I can remember this far back, but I have one way of proving it. Because I remember seeing my father do something that he thought I'd never remember. And that's he took me to his ex's house once. This was while my parents were separated, so it wasn't as bad as you think. But yeah, he brought me to his ex's house. And I couldn't speak yet, so I couldn't tell on him. But I told on him when I could speak. Same with him smoking. My mother didn't know that he would smoke when he would have me. So I told on him when I grew up too. Good memories. I've been waiting for this moment. Finally! Yeah. Thank you, the Dark One, for your heart meat and your pair of ice cream cones. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Cat Lady, for your finger heart. Yeah, it's so true, Gobs. As we get old, we become more like babies again. I agree. And hello, Masa. You were wondering, am I in heaven? Feels like it. I'm very blessed to live where I do. Definitely. What were my first words? Dada, Smokey. That's funny. I think the first word I ever said was lizard, but I think it was just an accident. I was just sticking my tongue out, going lizard, 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 and my mom was like, "Yeah, lizard. That's a real thing." I think that's how learning works as a baby, though. You just say random sounds until you put one that makes sense together, and your parents go, "Woo! Yeah!" And we go, "All right, I'll say that one more then." Hello, freshly seen. I think that's how learning works in life in general anyway. We're just doing random stuff until we do something that makes a difference. And we get a reaction that we're looking for. And it's like, all right, more of that. But our mistakes become less cute as we grow up. When we make a mistake as a baby, it's like, oh, he's trying. But as an adult, we make a mistake. We get disowned. Not all the time. That's a little harsh. I don't mean that in that. I mean, it's like, how could you? How dare you make this mistake? How dare you not know the answers to everything? What? I'm a baby. I'm just a bigger boy now. I just have a bigger body and a more refined vocabulary and personality, but it's the same person that was making the mistakes as a baby. I've only been here, what, this much? This much? Compared to the entirety of the universe's existence? I'm allowed to not have everything figured out yet. Aren't I? Hello, Dove Darker. Thank you for your heart me. Hare Krishna. Matthew share, you don't think Many people of the world's population have such a exceptional memory that far back. It's a blessing and a curse. I mean, it's really bittersweet to reflect on something that early. I mean, it's a kind of nostalgia that's almost painful to think about, if you know what I mean. But at the same time, I actually didn't always have this memory. It was later in life when I started processing my trauma, when I started doing a lot of introspection, that a lot of these memories came back up. I thought, wow, I didn't even know that I remembered this, but it was there somewhere. It's like dreams that you never intended on remembering. One day it's like, oh yeah, I did dream about that, but I never remembered that dream the next day or even that week. On the quest of personal discovery, I think your understanding of yourself starts to penetrate the experiences you've had thus far. Happened to you too, Heidi. Hello, John Simon. You have a good memory too, Hybrid Jen. Oh, do share. Your first crush was the moon. I love that. Aww. I remember being freaked out. Dad, why is the moon following us? Being in the car, driving down the highway, everything else is moving around, but the moon's staying in the same spot. Dad, the moon's following us. I'm scared. You did that too, Isabella. That's awesome. Yeah, I think it's one of those universal childhood memories. Waffles, you share. There's a song called Affair with the Moon that's really good. Oh, how exciting. I like that. Same thing, Kelly. Hybrid Jen, you share that as a child you spoke to the stars. And still, to this day too. I love that. Whenever I'm really having a moment where no one else is there, like at nighttime, everyone else has gone to bed, well, the stars have awoken. I do a lot of talking to them too. I'm happy we can relate. Thank you, Linda, for your trio of roses. And Roxy, thank you for your pair of tiny tinies. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your pair of disco loves too. Masa, you share you have almost no good memories. That's okay. We are not defined by the sum total of good memories versus bad memories. If we are making an effort to make this moment a good memory, then that's all the goodness you need in order to be happy. Donsuela, you share that you remember thinking as a child that God must look like Mr. Dress-Up. That just sounds funny. I have no idea who Mr. Dress-Up is, but that's great. Good night, Priscilla. Much love to you. Here, before you go. Oh, Mataji, will you give some good night wishes to Priscilla again? I wonder if she remembers that. You're Brazilian.
Claro, querida Priscila. Boa noite. Que os devas protejam seu sono e preencha seus sonhos de sabedoria. Namaste.
He was a Canadian kids TV personality. He was amazing. Shares Donsuela. Interesting. That's cool. I guess I'm too young. There was a good question I saw about Shiva and Shakti. Who is it from? I remember the question, but not who asked. Sleepy Panda Baby, you asked. Is believing in Shiva and Shakti polytheistic or monotheistic? It is actually monotheistic because there is only one source. And that source is Shiva in this case. Shiva is also known as the Shaktiman. It's the source of energy for the Shakti. And the Shakti is the energy itself. It's like saying you can believe in creation and creator and still have that being monotheistic. Shiva in this case is the creator, the source of the energy, and Shakti is the creation. But in this case, we are also deifying creation and referring to her as a goddess. She is one with that source, just as creation is one with the creator. And this is true for all forms of God in Hinduism, that they all represent the same source energy, but just from different aspects. It's very difficult for a lot of people to understand, how is Hinduism monotheistic even though there's so many gods? Actually, there's only one God, and that's Brahman, the Godhead. All so-called gods are just personalities of that one God. You could say that one God loves to roleplay as many different characters. So many different sides of their personality, which makes logical sense to me in that if the infinite source of existence had a personality, well, I imagine it would be infinitely voracious, having many different varieties. That is what makes infinity infinite, is not being defined by any one way in particular. The God of dynamics. Yes, exactly, hybrid gen. It's not so different than than how Christianity is a monotheism, but yet there's still different forms of God within that monotheism. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, for example. Or if you're Catholic, you might include Mother Mary as a form of the divine in that. Divine Mother. Mother, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Animism. Yes, hybrid Jen. Thank you, Jan, for sharing some of your time with us. I'm happy to provide some calmness. And I know that whatever emotions you are going through, I know that whenever I've been going through some emotions, I needed to hear that I was valid and that I wasn't some lost soul experiencing something I wasn't meant to experience. You are always meant to experience exactly what you're going through, which means that you're constantly being guided and you will thrive. And Orla, you share that you always knew trees were sentient because you could feel them as a kid, equally spiritual and visceral. I love that. You were sensitive to that. That's beautiful. And I love that beach. Source loves to cosplay. Definitely. And that is why Don Suela thought of Source as Mr. Dress Up. Right? And in the same way that no one is a lost soul, suspicious bee, are we all not lost souls? Indeed. We are lost in the world, but not lost in spirit. Hello, G to infinity. I give you my hugs too. Come here, come here. It's gonna be okay. Oh, I dropped my mouse. And thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts. Hare Krishna. The hot mama, you ask. Am I really outside or is that a green screen? No, it is a green screen. But it's a really big room with a green screen and a whole bunch of fancy technology putting it together. Here, I'll show you the extent of this technology. Oh my goodness. You're telling me as I walked away from my computer, the camera stopped rolling? That's so funny. Here, it'll connect in just a moment. Thank you for your patience. Oh, how technology is such a bountiful opportunity for patience, And how lovely is it that we get a kitty hanging out with us in the void, I don't know why it is not connecting. It should any second. Theoretically speaking. Alright, tell you what, you guys can look at... Oh, no, there's back. This is my setup outside, by the way. How convenient that I was going to show that it wasn't a green screen by going and interacting with the background, and the background happened to turn off. How convenient, how convenient. I'll try again for you. There, that went better that time. Thank you, John Simon, for your 7 roses a minute ago. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your popcorn and trio of disco loves. Radhe Radhe. And Linda, thank you for your 18 roses. Hare Krishna. I hope the wind isn't too loud for you, but that is why we have a Yamsox. My backyard is very lush and long. I'm so blessed to live here. It extends in many directions. Thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. So I am really outside, says the hot mama. Indeed. Indeed. I could have said that, but hey, seeing is believing. I don't want you relying on my words. I want you to rely on what you can experience directly. I look happier outside. Well, that makes sense. Outside is our natural habitat with Mother Earth. I was thinking that the outside was the only thing that existed for most of the time. We invented the inside. Do you think about that? It was humans who made the concept of an inside an inside. Outside only exists relative to the inside. Cave, says Hybrid Jen. Yes, you are right. You can go inside a cave, but in some ways it's still outside. We like to hide things. We're really good at that, yes, especially ourselves. The inside is outside in a box. I like that. One of the most ancient metaphors for consciousness is a bubble. It seems like a bubble has a distinct identity, but that's only because of its boundary. The air that's inside a bubble is not different than the air outside. And once the bubble pops, the identity merges with the absolute air around. Likewise, we are but a bubble in the universe. What's on the inside is very similar to what's on the outside. We just have a boundary that seems to make some kind of local happenstance. And thank you, Isabella, for your hanging lights. Hare Krishna. Kelly, you share the night sky full of stars used to be our entertainment. Outside was our living room. I love that. Our living room. That's profound. Yeah, the night sky is full of wonder. No wonder we put so much meaning on the stars. Yeah. Oh, it's amazing the ways we can entertain ourselves without modern technology. The sky is full of so many wonders. From the clouds, the hues in the setting sun and sunrise, to the dance of stars and shooting stars and how it changes from night to night. G to infinity, you are wondering, are there any clouds in the sky at the moment? Maybe really small ones that I can't see. Maybe clouds the size of marshmallows, way out there. I see the moon. It's the only celestial body above that I can see, at least. Tatvamasi, you share. You have prepared 0 for a few interviews tomorrow. That's great. That means you trust your instincts and that you know that you're going to be able to express yourself perfectly. You've prioritized that over feeling like you have anything to prepare it. And what a virtue that is. I believe in you. Besides, on the job, you're not going to have time to prepare. Work is always going to be spontaneous. It's not like you get a warning in advance. Okay, in 2 days, a Karen is going to come and she's going to berate you in front of everyone. What would you do? You don't get to find that out until it happens. You feel good about it somehow. Oh, good. Gobs, you're wondering, are the crickets real this time or part of the music? I think they're part of the music. But sometimes I do hear crickets. There's some swampy regions around here. Frogs, too. Avros Bentos, you share this is the third incarnation of Yam you've seen tonight. Oh my goodness. I'm evolving. Jane, you shared, was lovely meeting my moon mother yesterday as well. Aww. Yes, she was very happy. She loved all the love. I'm sure it helped boost her ego, all the lovely compliments she got too. I smell someone making dinner again. Now I'm hungry. She's lovely. Of course she's lovely. She's my mother. Kelly, you share that you grew up in a town of 6,000 people in the Rocky Mountains. The stars were amazing. Aww. I love that. It's great to get to a place too, where there's minimal air and light pollution. You can really see the Milky Way for what it is. MJ, you missed my mom yesterday. You were working. That's okay. There's always the recording uploaded on my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. Now also Odyssey and Rumble. R sign. Orsine. I don't know. You're wondering, what do I do for a living? You're fed up with a corporate life as it doesn't satisfy and energize you. I don't know if there is going to be a job out there that's going to energize you, maybe satisfy you, but work is energy. No, literally. One of the words for energy in physics is called work. It's no coincidence, that's for sure. Work is how much power we apply over time. If it didn't require energy, no one would pay you to do it. Right? We only pay people to do things we don't want to do ourselves. So it's always going to be a struggle. But work can be uplifting. And even if your coworkers are not, even if your clientele are not, it is the perspective that really changes everything. If you feel like you're working not for money, but for the smiles on people's faces, if you're working to challenge yourself and to give yourself a routine, then that can be a source of satisfaction, even if you feel energetically drained at the end of the day. And you can apply that perspective no matter what you're doing. You just have to see the silver lining. Being a humble servant. Tatastu. Precisely, Magdalene. But you were wondering, what do I do for a living? Well, I live for a living. Yeah. I don't work for a living. My goodness. I'd hate to do that. I live for a living. Now, I live with my parents, so I don't exactly have to pay rent right now, but I still pay for most of my food and medication and therapy and basic essentials. And I'm very blessed to have generous people like you that offer to take care of that voluntarily. I never need to ask for it because everything I get from here is more than enough. In fact, it's more than enough that I decided to do something with it, and that is go to India, hopefully by the end of this summer, so that I am able to take you all with me on an adventure and expand my comfort zone and connect with an ancient culture. Hello, Jan. You need to go, but you're welcome. Happy to have you here. May the rest of your present moment be as beautiful as you are. Fruity Cloud, you share, I am one of the highest vibrations you've come across, and you're not sure what's so familiar about it. I think happiness is very familiar because it's our essential nature. The one thing that we are all connected by is that we're all here for the same thing, for happiness. Why? Nobody ever asks why. They just ask how. But how do I get this happiness? But before that, why don't we ask, why are we searching for happiness? To me, there is no greater answer than the one given in humanity's oldest scriptures, the Vedas. There it is said that the reason all humans, nay, all of life strives for happiness is the same reason that all rocks are drawn towards Mother Earth. All rivers are drawn towards the ocean. Because a part is always drawn towards its source. As Tattvamasi says, our source must be happiness supreme. Otherwise, why would we all be striving to attain our original nature? Happiness. We come from happiness. It is our home. That is why it feels so familiar. And you ask, what are we using as an instrument to achieve happiness? I think we've put the cart before the bull. Happiness is our instrument in order to express life. It is from happiness that all music is played, all art is made. Happiness is not merely the goal, it is the source of everything we do. Everything we do is for happiness, which means that it comes from happiness. Happiness inspires everything we do. It is the latent potential existing everywhere. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your 9 roses. Radhe Radhe. And Kiva, thank you for your rose. Pair of them, actually. And thank you, Arsene. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Please tell me. Thank you for your rose. Wizard Fairy, you ask, why is this a strange concept to me? Because we've been taught otherwise. That we're not born with happiness, we have to go out and get it from the world. What I'm saying is the opposite of that, so the method is going to be unfamiliar, but the happiness is very familiar. You share that it's Arsene. Arsene. Thank you. I will remember. Arsene. We are led to believe that happiness exists in places, in people, in things. And in some sense this is true, but that's only because happiness is omnipresent. It is just within some things we find it easier to access. It's within those places, people, and things that we feel allowed to abide in ourselves. Abiding in oneself, one finds true joy. Rami, you ask, how do we have peace when we have mental illness? It's a good question. By recognizing that peace is not found in the world, nor is it found in the mind. Your mind could be as chaotic as possible, but you could still be peaceful. Why? Because you are not your mind. Your mind is your canvas. What you choose to create in it is entirely up to you. Sometimes we get stuck painting in certain ways without branching out to express ourselves in a medium that might be better suited. And as we learn to express ourselves through various painting styles, our paintings slowly become more and more in tune with our inner nature that's even deeper within us than the mind. There is a hierarchy of existence. World, body, senses, mind, intelligence, ego, and consciousness. Most people are living very low on this hierarchy. They identify with the world, with a big house, with a nice car, with happy people around them. That's fine, but it's a gamble because the world is not in our control, and eventually we're going to have worldly circumstance that is not going to express ourselves in the way we want to. So those who are wiser know that higher than the world is the body. The body is more within their control than the world. So they look for happiness in the body. They look for happiness in beauty. They look for happiness in bodily pleasure and health. And that's fine. But the body too is ultimately out of our control. At some point we're going to come face to face with old age, sickness, and death. So our happiness must not be derived from the body either. Higher than the body are the senses, so people try to serve their senses instead, getting sensual gratification. They try to find happiness through things to see, taste, smell, listen to, and feel. That's fine, but ultimately we're going to have sensations that are not conducive to happiness, and so we have to go beyond again. Higher than the senses are the mind. You may try to find happiness here in the form of positive thought, and that's fine. It's certainly easier than finding happiness in your senses, body, or world, but eventually your thoughts will come up with a reason for you not to be happy, and so you have to go beyond your mind too. Higher than the mind is the intellect. Finding happiness here means to make good choices, to have the right knowledge to base our decisions in. But at some point too, we're not going to have adequate knowledge. We're going to make poor decisions. We're going to make mistakes. So we ultimately have to go beyond the intellect if we're searching for happiness also. Higher than the intellect is the ego. Finding happiness here means trying to have a positive sense of self, some stable self-image, where your personality, your identity is refined enough that you feel fulfilled, complete. But at some point, there are also going to be times where your very own sense of self will change, evolve, or even collapse. We cannot find happiness even in our ego, our sense of self. Just as Tattvamasi says, there is only one thing that's stable, and that's our consciousness. Consciousness. That is our true identity. If you find happiness there, then that's the safest bet of all, because there's not going to be anything that's there to surprise you. There are no qualities of consciousness that can change. It is just openness and spaciousness supreme. You could have a chaotic world, body, senses, mind, intellect, or ego, but your consciousness can never be unstable. It is always pure. even when it doesn't feel like it is. The spiritual path takes you from the world to that consciousness. Spirit is just an old word for consciousness. The more conscious you become, the more peaceful you are. And that doesn't mean changing anything at the level of body, mind, world, or anything in between. And that's right, Anna. Consciousness is Atman. Fruity Cloud, you share a lot of the time you envy the dead. There's no such thing as the dead. Just as this body decays, another one comes up. The dead are not in peace. This is something I think we have to drop. Death is not the end of suffering. You cannot rest in peace unless you are alive. Peace has to be found in this lifetime, or if not, the next. It cannot be found through death. Death is no escape. I'm telling you this not to make you afraid, but to empower this moment as the source of the opportunity where peace is found. You can try to leave this world, but you'll just come right back. That's how it works. You can't go anywhere else. Trying to avoid the present moment is the ultimate cause of dismay. It is acceptance of this moment where peace is found. Arsene, you share, you just ate a whole bag of pistachios. That's awesome. I love pistachios personally. But you asked a great question. There's many questions that were great that were asked. Let me see. Rami, you had asked, what is the point of living if it makes it harder to be at peace? There's no alternative, let me put it like that. Harder? Compared to what? Not living? There's no such thing as not living. You only go from one body, one mind to another. And it's not like you can drop this body so that you can get a better one. You are only afforded a better body and a better mind by working on this one. That's how you save up. You save up your karmic currency by working on this body, this mind. Life does make it a challenge to be happy. There's no doubt about that, to be peaceful. I won't argue there. At the same time, these challenges are not meant to break you. The challenge isn't because the universe has some vendetta against you. The universe is your well-wisher, always. It is always working for your happiness. The challenges that appear to take away your happiness are only because we choose to take our power of happiness and give it to someplace else. But it's our power that we vested into the wrong places. Withdrawing that topic into oneself, recognizing happiness as within your power. This, you take control of happiness once more. That is the key. You are apologizing if you made the topic kind of morbid. You're a little sad. No, it's okay. We should talk about this. We shouldn't stigmatize feeling sad or even depressed or having negative ideations. It's the ultimate philosophical question, to be or not to be. I don't mean to overwhelm you with all this, by the way. I only wish to empower you in that these challenges are here in life as an opportunity for growth. It seems as though we go through such terrible traumas for no good reason. But that's only before we make something of it ourselves. There are millions of counselors and therapists around the world, for example, who have learned from their own traumas and find happiness in helping others. And they are the best therapists and counselors because they can relate on the level of experience, not just what they're taught in books or told to believe. They know exactly what it's like to go through things that you're going through. And that validates the suffering that they went through. So it is a win-win for everyone. You get to feel like your suffering is meaningful, and they get to feel like their suffering is meaningful. There's no escape to suffering, but meaning is a solace. If you find meaning in what you go through, then it doesn't matter what you're going through, because you see the light in it. You see the unbroken spirit, which is determined to swim amidst the ocean of sorrow. And you will get there. All of us will. Because there's no alternative. I keep dropping everything. No one will settle for anything less than happiness. And that is why I have faith in all of you to find that happiness. The most depressed person on the planet, they will say the same thing. All I want is to be happy. Can anything change that desire in them? Of course not. In fact, the more suffering you go through, the more determined you will be to be happy. Now, sure, you might give up on conventional means, but there are always more ways of finding out how you can find that happiness within you. Now, there's many gifts that I have yet to attend to. Extend my gratitude back to you, so please allow me the privilege of that now. Oh, Vanessa, thank you for your tiny diny a few minutes ago. Yippee! And Annalie, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, SRF1 Nakt Express, for your heart me. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Annalie, for your trio of tiny dinies. Yippee! And Pidge, thank you for your ginger man. And Lorena, thank you for your heart me. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses. Jai Sita Ram. Zealot, thank you for your heart meat and your octet of cloud breads. Hare Krishna. And Isabella, thank you for your 7 fires. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Nighty night, Jane. Thank you for being here. Ethan, you share that finding what makes you happy has been the highlight of your year. You're content with your life. I'm so happy to hear that. Feline, you're wondering, where did I learn all my wisdom? You wonder? I am an old soul. You feel it, Yam. We are all old souls. Because there's no such thing as a young soul. When does the soul take birth? Never. Sure, the body does. Even the mind too. But the witness consciousness that is here to observe the universe, there has always been that. And that is what you are. At the same time, there are no such thing as old souls. There are only young souls. Because we are reborn in each moment, ever fresh. Those who are in touch with their eternity, I guess you could consider old. And those who are in touch with their ever fresh quality, you could call them young. But the soul is ageless. It has no beginning, and it has no end. And thank you, Dansuela. I love you. I just wanted to say that. Tatvamasi, you share, yeah, you think we don't travel through karmas. Your karma could have been someone else's. You chose to hold it. Thoughts? Definitely. Every time that we judge someone for their poor behavior, we take on karma proportional to how intensely we judge them. If we judge them just a little bit, then you only take on 1% of their karma. If you judge them with all your being, my goodness, you hate this person, all their karma becomes yours. That's how the universe balances itself. Because you say, I would never have done it like this. Why? How dare you perform this way? The universe says, okay then, let me give you all of their karma so that you may prove yourself worthy of making a difference with all the same weight that they carry. However, there's a good side of this. If you find gratitude for people who are doing something good, then you take on their good karma, proportional to the intensity of the gratitude you have for them. If you're just a little bit grateful for what someone is doing, then you take maybe 1% of their good karma. But if you are grateful with your entire being, then you take all of their good karma. And thank you, Arsene, for your tiny. Yippee! And Isabella, thank you for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Dasha, for your applause also. Zealot, you share. You're gonna throw a party every time someone compliments you. You'll take all the good karma. That's the spirit. And that is why the spiritual scriptures emphasize, like the Vachanamrut, why it's so important to see the virtues in others. Because if we're constantly looking for the negativity, then we take on that negativity ourselves. But if we're constantly looking for the positivity, then we take on the positivity too. I'm happy that you like the little ding, Zealot. There's more where that came from. Thank you, Gentry, for your rosa. Radhe, Radhe. Arsene, you are wondering, what's my favorite dish? Whatever my mother cooks for me. That's my favorite. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses. And Arsene, thank you for your finger heart. Here's one more for you. And Renee, thank you for your rose, dear. Hari Om Tat Sat. Shakira, you're wondering, what did she cook today? I don't know. She's been really focusing on herself lately, which is wonderful. You know, she had spent so much of her life cooking for others, and she realized that she needed to spend more energy on herself. So she's been giving us all a chance of independence by cooking for ourselves. So I haven't been eating her cooking lately, and that's totally okay, because it's never expected. And you know, I got in trouble from my mother yesterday. Someone asked how old my mother was. G to infinity, you're wondering, what is my mother's date of birth? She scolded me after. She said, never reveal a woman's date of birth. I said, I'm sorry, Mom. So mung beans it is, yes. How'd you know I was eating mung beans? That is what I'm going to eat. She does look very young in energy, and she is. I think she's aging backwards. I don't get it. Yeah, it's strange. She looked a lot older last year, and even older 2 years before that. She's like Benjamin Button. Hello, V. You are seeing me from Bolivia. And next week, you are celebrating New Andean Year 5532. I love that. You know, that's really close to how many years it's been since the start of the Kali Yuga. 5160. It's very fascinating. I love the various calendars that we've used throughout cultures and time. It's such an arbitrary human measurement, isn't it? A few thousand years. It's only been a few thousand years since we just started keeping track, I guess. The universe is much, much older. Namaste, feline. You are exhausted. Well, I hope you get some rest. You definitely deserve it. You take the train to go see your mama. I love that. Aw, your mama has been watching me tonight. Well, hello, Mama Feline. You have produced such a lovely being. Good job growing it yourself. Yes, indeed, I am outside. For my hair is blown not by a fan, but my biggest fan, Mother Nature. My #1 supporter. It's actually getting pretty chilly, so I think I'm probably going to start wrapping it up within the next half hour or so. But before we do so, there are a few things I'd love to go through with you all. And that's a question of the day, a short reading, and then we'll be watching a short video for our meditation as we end the Sangha. Donsuela, you did a TV interview today about your art. And you thanked me for teaching me new ways to look at the world, to have courage to do so. That's so exciting. We should watch your TV interview when it comes out. You'll have to link it to us. If you're courageous enough. And that can be our meditation. We could meditate on art. I would love that. Where should you link it? Just send me a message and we can listen to it or watch it one of these lives. That'd be really fun. So my question of the day for you all today is, what is something that your inner child needs to hear? Remember how it felt like to be a child growing up to face the reality of the world, what would you like your younger self, your inner child, to hear? That you were right all along, says Tatvamasi. I love that. Wonderful, Dansuela. I look forward to receiving the link. Have fun, says Isabella. I love that. I think we did a good job at that, I hope. Jai, you share that you have a choice. Yes. Exercise that free will. It's a beautiful thing. Thank you for extending your invitation, V. I would love to travel the world. And that's a great year to celebrate it too. 5533. Leah, you would like your inner self, younger child. Did I put that backwards? Inner child, younger self to know, I see you and understand you. Ghost Monkey, you share, your inner child needs to hear that he is not alone and it will be okay. I love that. Sakira, you share, be there for Yam. Boy, without context, that'd be really weird, wouldn't it? Just imagine being a child and this angelic voice says, be there for Yam. Yam? The vegetable? HKaz, you share that your inner child needs to hear that your needs matter too. And that's not selfish to understand. I love that. Very wise. Vanessa, you share, you are more than enough. And not too much. Val, you share, it's good to play. Yeah. Magdalene, you share that you feel it's your inner child that is doing the speaking. Good observation. You share that she says, be more present with me. Aw, that's so pure and wholesome. I love that. Woo woo, you share that your inner child is happy, that he did not listen to the adults. Don't let the negativity get you down. I love that. You know, when I was a kid, I had this belief that once you turned 18, or that once you became an adult, you would learn something that they were keeping from the children. Like there was some secret that the adults knew. Now that I'm an adult, I realize that I was projecting. And it's the children who hold the secret. And us adults that are being kept privy to it. Aw, my cat Shadow's meowing at me from beyond the window. He's like, I want to come and hang out too. I wish he was an outside cat. I would let him out. But there's raccoons who are pregnant, and pregnant raccoons, oh, you don't want to mess with them. Magdalene, you add, so you suppose what you could say to her is, I see you, I hear you, and I love you. I love that. MJ, you would say, it's okay to say no. It's so important. Grace, you share that you're proud of you, and everything will get so much better than you can even imagine. I love that, Grace. Dansuela, you share that your inner child needs to know that she is valuable just the way she is. That's wonderful. Where's Caleb? You share, my inner child needs to tell you, I have learned life is a terrible waste of time. Growing up is a waste of time. Never grow up. Remain in that childlike state. Rami, you share that your inner child needs to hear you did nothing wrong. It's true. You did nothing wrong. You are a child of the universe. And your mistakes help you grow. Wizard Fairy, you share slowing down and taking care can be fun. I love that. And Double S Double R, you share, don't let people playing parenthood by ear plan anything for you. That's powerful. I like that. And New Reality, thank you for your trio of roses. Woo Woo, you share that I glow and look nourished in nature. I think that makes 140 of us. And Alice, you share, you're doing your best and you are loved as you are. Indeed. Zealot, you share, it's okay to change your mind. You will be different tomorrow than you were today. And thank you, New Reality, for another rose and heart me too. Radhe oh Radhe. And Beth, thank you for your trio of roses. Alice, you share, oh, I read this is wonderful. Fruity Cloud, you share, I am here for you and I love you. Zealot, you share, and your choices can change without ever being wrong. It's not your fault, shares Valerie. Not alone, shares Gentry. Where's Caleb? You had another comic relief. My inner child needs to hear, go to rehab. Your child needs to go to rehab? Your inner child? I think your outer adult maybe needs to hear that, perhaps. It can be a beautiful word, rehabilitation. To habituate back into our natural ways. That's an opportunity that's always available for you. And to those struggling with that decision, know that you are so valid in accepting that that's something that will help you. V, you share that your inner child wants to be seen. It was interesting acknowledging that, but sometimes it's overwhelming. Definitely. Christopher, you share, follow the numbers, they'll light the way. Whatever you do, don't pull the lever. What is that from? That sounds very familiar. I like that though. Shakira, you share, please dance and sing as loud as you can. You can pursue anything, and it's not a joke. I love that. Lola, you share, it's still okay to be yourself. Always. G to Infinity, you share, when you all become parents, remember these thoughts. Wink. I like that. Thomas Love, you were wondering, what's my religion called? What's mine is yours. What's yours is yours. I have no religion, but I am a child of the universe. I believe not in one faith, but that faith itself can change your life. That supreme source, transcendental to the world, we all share as a parent, a spiritual father and a spiritual mother. That source is unaffected by human emotions such as impatience, selfishness, or arrogance. Therefore, if one is becoming more and more patient, selfless, and humble, then you know their faith is guiding you to the source, because those are the qualities of the source, aren't they? Alright, thank you everyone for attending to my question of the day. I am very excited to have this day with you all. It's been wonderful. Now we're going to read from a little passage from a book and look at some pictures. And then we're going to watch a video together if you want to stick around. And I love that, Tomislav. You didn't pick Jesus. Jesus picked you out from the world. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. And New Reality, thank you for your finger heart. I feel the same way. And Kiva, thank you for your rose. Radhe Radhe. G to infinity, you share. You have hope in humankind here. Our self-awareness is healing. Me too. Thank you, Kiva, for another rose too. Okay. Let us read from another short section of In Love at Ease. This one comes with pictures because we've made it to the halfway point of this book. There are many lovely traditions in the world. Although I'm not affiliated with this one, I think we all can learn from the universal virtues that this spiritual master exemplified. His name was Pramukh Swami, and he truly was in love at ease all of the time. Here we are in the third chapter about him being eyeless. This is I, not eyes that can see, but I that I am. Having a very humble ego. Eyeless is bending, bowing, and becoming. The 3 B's. I was taught to bend and bow since it was part of the tradition. This is the author speaking, a devotee of Pramukh Swamiji. I only learned to bow out of genuine reverence when my guru taught me how to understand the greatness of those who serve God and society. To be eyeless is to bow out of a sense of reverence and mahima, appreciation of others' worth, knowing that God resides within all of creation, not just because it is a formality. Swamishri experienced God within all and therefore willingly bowed down before his own disciples. The foremost sign of outward respect in the Hindu tradition is to touch someone's feet and then one's own head. He experienced joy in touching their feet. Hence, Swamishri created a community that thrived on a culture of showing respect to others. I remember one such enlightening interaction I had with Swamishri on my 13th birthday in 1996. Swamishri was getting ready to rest in the afternoon when I approached him to seek his blessings for my birthday. Swamishri lovingly placed his hand on my head and asked me if I had received the blessings of everyone else. I responded, "Swamishri, your blessings are all I need." Swamishri was not satisfied. Yogi, which is actually his name and not just a title, Yogi Tridevi. Trivedi, I always mix that up. Yogi, we need everyone's blessings. All of these sadhus and bhaktas, monks and devotees. I desire their blessings too. I was silent. Swamishri continued, "Do you understand their greatness? Are you willing to touch their feet? Only a spiritual aspirant who is willing to bow down to others transcends." Swamishri was in an instructive mood, but I just wanted to celebrate another birthday in his presence. Swamishri, whatever makes you happy. Swamishri responded, touching their feet and raising the dust from their feet onto my head makes me happy. Are you willing? I agreed half-heartedly. Excellent. Tie their shoes in a small bundle and circumambulate. I always struggle with this word. Circumambulate the bhaktas while they are in Sangha gathering today. That is your birthday gift. In case some people would like to know some more context, in India it's tradition that those you respect, particularly elders and spiritual leaders, you bow down and touch your feet. And although it's taboo in our culture, well, it's kind of the point. We're showing that we are humble enough to touch another person's feet and even bring that to our head so that we become knowledgeable in their groundedness. I hope that makes sense. A few of the sadhus in the room helped me tie a small bundle of shoes belonging to the sadhus and bhaktas. During the evening assembly, I walked around the Sabha hall 5 times. Later that night, I reported back to Swamishri. I did as you said. I tied a bundle of the shoes of the sadhus and bhaktas and raised them to my head as I circumambulated the Sabha hall. Swamishri was thrilled. Pardon me. You have no idea how that makes me feel. Come here. Let me touch your head and hands. I want to partake in that journey. All of you will not let me carry your shoes now, but at least I can touch your fortunate hands and head that carried the weight of my sadhus and bhaktas' shoes. These sadhus and bhaktas have selflessly served society and Bhagwan Swami Narayan, which is the form of the divine that chose them. I am grateful for their company and blessings. There was a sense of joy and satisfaction on my guru's face that I could not understand. I did not appreciate the importance of this moment until much later in my life. Good night, Alice. Swamishri was teaching me servitude and submission to the divine, but also to his creation. He was guiding me to put aside my arrogance and ego and acknowledge the greatness of others. It was something he had done his whole life, and he wanted others to follow in his footsteps. A true indicator of being eyeless is to recognize and celebrate the greatness of others. One cannot pretend to engage in such eyeless behavior. It only comes from within when one truly has cast aside the notion of one's inner pride and station in society. On numerous occasions, Swamishri flipped the guru-disciple hierarchy and showed his reverence for his disciples. His disciples, in turn, would respond with a similar sense of appreciation for their guru and the other disciples. Swamishri was quick to bow down and show respect for his disciples. Swamishri returned at 11:30 p.m. after a long day of satsang sabhas and bhadramanis visiting the households of devotees in neighboring villages. Instead of heading directly to his room to finally rest, Swamishri walked over to Dr. Swami, also known as Swayam Prakashdas Swami, and Kodhari Swami, also known as Bhakti Priyadas Swami. He swiftly bowed down and touched Kodhari Swami's feet before the senior sadhu could react. Swamishri gently said, I remember that you observed a nirjala, waterless fast today. Touching the feet of a fasting ascetic is an honor. The 2 senior sadhus stood there, unable to respond as the guru walked away to his room with folded hands. In a similar instance, Kodhari Swami, along with a few sadhus, returned from a pilgrimage to Loya, one of the villages where Bhagwan Swami Narayan delivered the Vachanamrut, which is something we've been reading also. Delivered Vachanamrut discourses to his disciples. Swamishri was sitting on a swing after his afternoon meal and was pleased to see the sadhus. He remarked, "I have not been to Loya yet. I am glad you are able to go and have darshan." In jest, Vivek Sargardas Swami suggested, "Since Kothari Swami has been to Loya, we can touch his feet and partake in the pilgrimage to Loya." He had not even finished his sentence when Swamishri sprang from the swing and swiftly crossed the room to where Kothari Swami was sitting. He bowed down and touched his disciple's feet. He bowed in respect just as easily as he apologized and took instructions. There's another paragraph, but it gets cut off by the halfway point of this book. There were these images to show. So we'll take an interim and just look at these images together. It's a good question. I think this is relevant. Wizard Fairy, you share that you don't get the kissing feet thing. That's understandable. If you were a guru, would you be humbled by that? Or feel put on a pedestal? I'm reminded of the last book we read called Roar of the Ganges, where a Westerner became a Swami, and indeed someone bent down to show respect by touching the feet, and this Swami Taratmananda, was taken aback. He didn't feel comfortable, so he thought by being humble he took a step back. But that's when the lady stood up, grabbed his shoulders with a look in the eye like, "No, I'm not showing reverence for you. I'm showing reverence for your tradition. So please allow me to do that." And so she went down and touched the feet. And that was a strange realization for Swami Taratmananda that he shared, that actually it's the most least humble thing you could do, not allowing them to show reverence for your tradition. Because he thought it was about him, showing respect for him as a person. But it had nothing to do with him as a person, but about the spiritual knowledge that he had to share. And no Swami or Guru owns that knowledge. It's not theirs. It's those who want to hear it. And so the bowing down and touching of the feet is a gratitude for the message. So it's a good question. And I love how it was addressed in the last book we read. I hope that makes more sense. But it's voluntary. I should add, we're not worshipping the person. The person is not worshipped. We bow to a guru not because they're our master, but because they're the master of themselves. They have mastered their mind, so to speak. So we take them as a master of our mind because they know how to persuade the mind into love and peace. I hope that makes sense. This can be difficult to understand from a Western perspective because we're used to being taken advantage of by priests or other people in spiritual traditions here that are not working in our best interest. And that is why it's important to find a qualified guru that is not here to take advantage of you, but truly there to guide you from suffering to liberation. When that is found, then, my goodness, you would bow down in reverence. If someone was able to guide you to that eternal peace, definitely. That's great. Okay, back with the reading. I'm happy these conversations arise because it definitely is a culture shock, certainly. So, here we're looking at some pictures. I'll just read the description and then I'll show you the picture each time. Swamishri offering ornamental flowers to his beloved Hare Krishna Maharaj was Swamishri's world. His expression here captures the essence of his bhakti, his loving devotion. Swamishri traveled around the world with his murti of God and served him with all his heart and mind. His bhakti for the divine was the source of his strength to love and serve all of creation. This is great because I've never seen Hare Krishna Maharaj yet, but it's been discussed many times in this book. It's this little statue he brings everywhere as his source of, his epicenter to focus his love. And here's the picture of him. I don't know if it'll focus. Hopefully it will. Oh, I don't know if it is focusing. That's okay. You can see, you can make out Swamiji here, Swamishri here, and his little statue there. A rare moment of personal instruction from the Guru to his principal disciple. A Guru shares a spiritual bond with his disciples, which is felt from within. Swamishri's successor, His Holiness Mahant Swami Maharaj, who is the current Guru of the organization, often says, "My Guru rarely instructed me in person. I heard his voice and spiritual guidance from within. He was always with me." And there they are together. Again, I am a little sad that it is not focusing. Maybe we can show these images next time as well. But you can see that they're there together. Swamishri blessing the author after a short performance of singing and speaking. Oh, is this baby Yogi Trivedi? This is wonderful. Swamishri encouraged children and youth from across North America who had gathered to perform music and poetry and dance at the Cultural Festival of India in Edison, New Jersey, 1991. So this is the author. There, just a little kid. And you know what? I think I know why it's not focusing. Because the app that I use, if you tap on the screen while setting it up, then it'll manually focus, it'll lock. I really would like you all to see these pictures, so I'm going to reopen it without touching anywhere on the screen. There. And I see some clouds are now above me. There. Now you can see. There's the author, just as a kid, happy kid, in front of Swamishri. And I'll show you the other two pictures now that I have a moment. Here's Swamishri and his little statue, Hare Krishna Maharaj. Him and his principal disciple, Mahant Swami Maharaj. And my computer's running out of stored space. I gotta say goodbye to Mataji again. That's okay. Easy fix. I'll minimize her. I'll remember to do that this time. Swamishri's spirituality gave perspective to millions. At times, quite literally. On more than one occasion, Swamishri gave his own glasses to help a devotee see clearly. He was quick to share what he had with those in need. 1991. There he's giving his own pair of glasses away. Hey, these happen to be your prescription? Yes, I can see better. Okay, they're yours. I love that. Swamishri read and responded to more than 700,000 letters with diligence and devotion during his lifetime. It was as if he believed that each letter was written by the divine. He read them in moments between house visits, meetings, and medical procedures. He would read them at airports, in assemblies, and while resting in bed. These connected him to millions of aspirants around the world, and in turn, he connected them to the divine. 1989. There's him writing letters back to everyone who sent him one. Pramukh Swami Maharaj and Mahant Swami Maharaj with the nation's leaders at the inauguration of the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in New Delhi, India. Then Deputy Prime Minister L.K. Advani, then Leader of the Opposition Manmohan Singh, then Chief Minister of Gujarat Narendra Modi, and then Member of Parliament Sri L.M. Singhvi. Swamishri brought people together by bridging cultural and political divides with his love and effortless spirituality. Here's him and all of those spiritual leaders and his principal disciple. Swamishri loved and served the divine in all beings. He organized relief cattle camps throughout Gujarat during the famine of the late 1980s. These camps were appreciated by government officials and thousands of local farmers because of Swamishri's personal touch. He visited the camps to take stock of supplies and took the time to feed and care for the animals himself. 1987. Here he is, giving some grass or hay to a lovely cow. This one is Swamishri with Ishwar Charandas Swami instructing the sadhus and engineers during the construction of the mandir in Neaston, London. This mandir is the first of its kind, a traditional stone architectural masterpiece built outside of India in modern times. Swamishri was a master builder who built more than 1,100 mandirs. Each mandir contributes to its local community through a variety of spiritual, social, and humanitarian activities. There he is. I like that. He clearly has a vision, holding his hands up like, yes, I see this coming together. This should go there. Yep, just like that. Here is Swamishri with the President of India, APJ Abdul Kalam, and how he was enamored by Swamishri's simplicity, humility, and love for the inner self, his Atmanishta. Dr. Kalam often visited Swamishri when the Guru was in New Delhi to learn about becoming eyeless and in love. From 2001. It's wonderful. Seeing a world leader so humble, sitting cross-legged, crisscross applesauce on the floor. Here is Swamishri being indifferent to traveling to global metropolises or tribal villages like Poshina, Gujarat, which happens to be the place where the proceeds of this book go to support tribal education. Swamishri visited homes of Adivasi families for decades and counseled them on substance abuse and domestic violence. He also encouraged their education and faith in the divine. Here he is in Poshina, Gujarat, with some tribes people. Is that burnt cake? Hello, welcome back. Swamishri traveled to Voorburg, a small town outside The Hague, Netherlands. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Jeanette Groenen, a Dutch woman, had wished that her guru and his sadhus would visit her home. She hand-wove this orange blanket for her guru. Her friend, Han Koop, is presenting it to Swamishri on her behalf here. Swamishri accepted Jeanette's love after offering the warm blanket to the Murti of Hare Krishna Maharaj in 1984. Oh, he looks so happy here in this orange blanket that she wove for him. Happy, happy, happy. Orange is a very happy color. Here is Swamishri addressing religious and world leaders at the United Nations Millennium World Peace Summit. He reminded religious leaders that it was their collective responsibility to teach their disciples to peacefully coexist with followers of other faiths. In 2000, you can see him on the far right. There he is. I'll just show him there. Now it won't focus. Oh, there we go. Huge auditorium. Hello, Sandy. Hi. Oh, he's looking at me like he misses me. You gotta see this. Oh, he's looking at something else now. But he's there, in the window. I love you, Sandy. I know. I'll come in later. Yes, I love you. Yeah. And here is Swamishri placing a yellow flower in a recess of the Western Hall, the Wailing Wall, not as a tourist, but as a pilgrim. He prayed for peace and stability in the region, and for the fulfillment of the prayers offered by others there. 1999. There he is, offering a flower in the Wailing Wall. Sandy needs flowers, speaking of which. Finally, Swamishri took every opportunity to encourage others to strengthen their faith in the divine through bhakti, loving devotion. Here's a picture of Swamishri gifting former US President Bill Clinton a mala, prayer beads, and asking him to remember the divine daily, 2000. And Swamishri imparting spiritual lessons to sadhus through playful banter and light laughter. He inspired more than 1,200 young adults to devote their lives to service. I guess they became sadhus. These educated sadhus, indeed, led the community's spiritual and humanitarian activities around the world. He guided and cared for the sadhus with motherly love and a reassuring ease. 1989. Here he is, surrounded by all the sadhus, all the monks. And those are all the pictures, which means we've made it through the halfway point of the book. But I'm going to flip back because we didn't finish that paragraph before we found the halfway point. So I'm going to make a doggy ear there for next time. That is where we'll continue. My lovely Sandy, you know, I just gotta say hi to him. I gotta bring him out for you all. He's so sad. He looks so sad. I'll bring him and make him say hi to you all. And then we'll close with a meditation. Danny. Danny. You running away? Hey. Huzzah! I love you. I love you. Yes. Yeah. So beautiful, boy. A beautiful boy, Sandy. Love you. And now his brother's looking at me like, oh, you brought him out, but not me. Where's my love? I'll come in soon, okay? I'm gonna put you back. I love you. Mister, oh, you're escaping too. I have to go get you now. Oh, his brother, Shadow. Hello. How are you doing, mister? I love you. I'm gonna come in too, okay? Yes. I love how much love you all have for them. I love them much. Very much. I'm a little behind on extending my gratitude back to you all for the gifts that you sent, and I agree, they're very boopable. Thank you, New Reality, for your rosa many minutes ago. And thank you, Ginseng, for your cloud bread. Radhe or Radhe. Thank you, Beth, for your bubble tea. Hare Krishna. And New Reality, thank you for your disco love. Your 11 roses, 20 of them, and another trio. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Lorna, for your 7-finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Madeline's, for your 12 flowers. Thank you, Juan, for your heart me. Thank you, Lena, for your 25 roses and a trio of tiny dinies. Yippee! Gina, you have no rose to send. You're so sorry. It's okay. I love you with or without roses. It makes no difference to me. Thank you, Lorna, for your applause and your 16-finger heartstone. Here's one for you. Jai Hanumanji. Thank you, Gentry, for your rosa. Thank you, Rami, for your rose too, and Lena for your 10 roses. Here, I have some dings for you. Lena, you are sending someone for Gina. Oh, well, thank you, Lena, for sending them for Gina. See, I got my roses, Gina. You don't have to worry. Thank you for 48 of them. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Cookie, for your rose too. And K-King, thank you for your rose. Marcia, you're wondering, what is the highlight of my day? Probably seeing my cats. Yeah, having them want to come out and say hi. That made me very happy. But this moment, my highlight of my day, being here with you all. Orla, you share that being here with us has reminded you how powerful kindness, connection, and love are. One act inspires more. Indeed. Love is that fire that ignites in the hearts of others without ever diminishing within ours. So, I thought I'd do an interesting video for you all today. We've been reading about Pramukh Swami from In Love at Ease and his organization through the Vachanamrut, spiritual discourses of their Ishta Devata. And I mentioned in a past reading that they're known for making these huge, beautiful temple constructs that are a synergy of both ancient building techniques as well as modern technology. And there's this wonderful 7-minute celebration which celebrates the 100th birthday of Pramukh Swamiji at one of their temples. And just, you really have to see the celebration because it's amazing. I think this will be our meditation. It shows how we can bring ancient spiritual traditions into the modern world. So I'm going to minimize the background music that we've been listening to so we can listen to this. Now I can bring this up for you all. I think you guys are really going to like this. This was in Edison, New Jersey. And I'm surprised. This is an unlisted video. Only 600 people have seen this video, apparently. Wow. Well, this is very, very private viewing experience. I'm honored. All right. Here's how they celebrated Pramukh Swami Maharaj's 100th birthday. He had passed away already, but they still celebrated nonetheless.
Jai Jai, Jai Jai, Jai Jai, Jai Jai. Oh, Jai Jai Pramukh Swami.
Namaste and Jai Swaminarayan. Welcome to the 100th birth anniversary celebrations of Param Pujya Pramukh Swami Maharaj.
से श्रद्धा जगाई,
कण कण में, कण कण में, कण कण में।
बाल युवा केंद्र संस्कार दे रहे हैं,
जन जन में, जन जन में, जन जन में।
प्रमुख स्वामी महाराजना जीवनની અંદર દુઃખ નહોતું, ફરિયાદ નહોતી, હળવાશ હતી, પરમ શાંતિ હતી. કેમ? કારણ કે એમના જીવનની અંદર આ મારું છે, મેં કર્યું છે, મારું ધાર્યું થવું જોઈએ એ મારો શબ્દ નહોતો. એમની ડિક્શનરીની અંદર હું કરું છું, હું કેવો દેખાઈશ એ અહંકારનો હું નહોતો. એમના જીવનની અંદર આઈ એ સૌથી નાનો હતો. એટલા માટે જ તેઓ જીવનભર પરમ શાંતિ અનુભવી છે.
हम जीवन उजाले आज, प्रमुख स्वामी की जन्म शताब्दी, सुर नर वंदे आज।
प्रमुख स्वामी की जन्म शताब्दी, सुर नर वंदे आज।
हिंदू संस्कृति के ज्योतिर्धर, सबके सुधार काज।
प्रमुख स्वामी की जन्म शताब्दी, सुर नर वंदे आज। प्रमुख स्वामी की जन्म शताब्दी, सुर नर वंदे आज।
For almost a whole century, Pramukh Swami Maharaj showered love upon the rest of the world. Love that was selfless, love that was borderless, and love that was endless.
घर घर विचरे पत्र फोन से, हाथ हमारा थाम लिया,
हाथ हमारा थाम लिया, हाथ हमारा थाम लिया।
विश्व एकता मधुर संबंध के अमृत में झकझोर दिया।
If we realize that God exists in each and everyone equally, then at that very moment, everything dissolves. All hatred, all bias, all prejudice, all negativity, everything melts and dissolves right away. The only thing that exists is Vasudeva Kutumbakam. We are one big family. And these are the values that Swamishri teaches us in these mandirs.
प्रमुख स्वामी की जन्म शताब्दी, सुर नर वंदे आज।
પ્રમુખ સ્વામી મહારાજના શતાબ્દી મહોત્સવે તેમના ચરણોમાં હાથ જોડી સમૂહમાં પ્રતિજ્ઞા કરી.
I will always be with you.
Pramukh Swami Maharaj is always with us.
Thank you, Pramukh Swami Maharaj.
जय बोलो प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज की जय हो।
बोलो जय बोलो, जय बोलो, प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज की जय।
सकल विश्व के आत्मीय हो
प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज।
बृहद वैरागी हरि अनुरागी
प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज।
जय बोलो प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज की जय हो।
बोलो जय बोलो, जय बोलो, प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज की जय।
साधु गुणों से सदा विभूषित
प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज।
महंत स्वामी में प्रकट विराजित
प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज। प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज। शताब्दी महोत्सव की जय। प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज। शताब्दी महोत्सव की जय। प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज। शताब्दी महोत्सव की जय। प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज शताब्दी महोत्सव की।
Now that's what I call a birthday party. Now how wonderful is it that so much love there, love that was just a reflection of the love that he gave each and every one of those people individually over the course of his life. Wonderful. Have you guys liked that? That's a very interesting way of expressing someone's life. It's no mere funeral, even though he had already passed away. It was truly a celebration of life. It's wonderful. Is his birthday actually today? I don't think so. I think that'd be a big coincidence. No, I just happened to think about that, and I was talking with Sky Guardian about sharing some of the expositions that happen at the temples. Temples, for Hindus, a temple isn't just a place that you go to pray and ask for forgiveness. It's a celebration of life, and they're always doing something fun, seemingly, since there's so many holidays. Every week there's a big holiday for Hindus or something like that. And I think that's wonderful, and I really respect that, even though I'm not a part of that culture, not born into it, I should say. And hello, Dr. Jenny. You've come right at the end. And Lena, you share it's your baby's birthday today. Baby Harmony turned 7. Aww. 7 trips around our sun. It's a good number. Thank you for sharing that with us, Lena. All my best birthday wishes are Harmony's way. Such a beautiful name, too. My hair is made for the wind, shares Angela. That's very sweet. You need my hair care routine. It's very simple. I'm in the shower, water's in my eyes. Oh, I can't see anything. I pick up shampoo bottle. Is this shampoo? No, put it down. The first thing I pick up that says shampoo, that goes on first. Put it down. And then I got shampoo in my eyes. I just feeling around. Does this say conditioner anywhere on it? No, put it back. This say conditioner? Okay. Just like that. It's always a different combination. The permutations and combinatorics of it all it's different every time. You're living with a household of 3 women. Well, 2 women, 1 girl. I get a different combination. It's great. Sounds like some doggies are having fun in my backyard. Not my backyard. Well, behind my backyard, I should say. Okay. Thank you, VYV Fragrance, for your heart me. And Dr. Jenny, thank you for your trio of roses. And Marcia, you received Autobiography of a Yogi book today. How wonderful. I'm sure that book will serve you well. It's a wonderful book. And I'm actually really excited for you to read it. Please talk to me about it. I would love to hear your thoughts. And thank you, Dr. Jenny, for your tiny and Tatwamasi, thank you for your 6 roses too. I've done it again. I've made a knot in my manjira. Except it's no mere knot. Because it's not a knot. Or is it? It was not. Okay. Now, we've reached the end of today's Sangha, but I will be uploading this recording to my YouTube channel. We went through a lot of things together, lots of fun moments, and if ever you feel like watching even though it's not live, or even if you're not feeling very much alive. Well, there's lots of life in the recordings too, and that's available for you. The first link in my bio at the moment, Yamsox Lives. It's also now on Rumble and Odyssey, which I never heard of, but Guy Guardian recommend we post the lives there, so I've been doing that too. Namaste, feline. Thank you for sharing your blessings. I hope to reflect them all back on you as well. I look forward to it, Marcia. May this live stream be like an offering to the Divine Mother and Father, Radha Krishna, whom I bow to within you. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Lena, for your half dozen roses. Okay, I am going to cook some mung beans. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment.